Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the January transfer window deadline day special live here with your host, Jacob Kirkbride, on SAFC Fan TV, right up until the transfer deadline day window deadline, I should say. Coming up later on tonight, we're going to be live here on the channel discussing all things transfers. But for the first hour of tonight's show, we're going to be discussing the two recent performances. The game coming up this weekend against the Borough, and also the most recent performance, the 3-1 win against Stoke City at the Stadium of Light. Joining me for the first hour of tonight's show, we have got Terry, the man mistake. Terry, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, champion. Happy days. Good win up the weekend, and now we move on to Middlesbrough, but hopefully we might bring the odd player in before the 11 o'clock deadline finishes.
And we've also got the man who loves pints to be bought for him on a Sunderland away day, Mr. Jack Shields. Jack, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Bits happening here and there, isn't there? There's a little bit going on at Sunderland AFC, so we'll obviously discuss that and our good win on Saturday. Let's try and bring the positives, because it's been pretty negative over the last few weeks on this podcast, hasn't it? So we'll try and accentuate the positives. Really good win, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. The win against Stoke definitely put a smile on many Sunderland fans' faces. And also completing the lineup for the first hour of tonight, we have got Mike. Mike, how's it going, mate?
Not so bad. I might talk a bit fast. I've loaded up on energy drinks so I can keep going till 11 o'clock tonight. So energy drinks till 9 and then beer from 9. That's the plan. We've already got 152 watching. So I'm just going to quickly say hello to everyone in the comments. I'll pull your comments out as Jacob moves the show along, and I'll read what I can. So I apologise if I miss you. I just wanted to say that, Jacob.
Very much, mate. So far, 84 people watching. And also 18 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, if you just tuned in, please feel free to do so. Currently on 9.25 subscribers. Our aim is to get to 10,000 before the end of the season. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button, feel free as well. Please like, share, and subscribe to SAFC Fan TV. So we're going to kick things off tonight with a good needed win to talk about here on SAFC Fan TV. The 3-1 win against Stoke last Saturday. Terry, we're going to start with you, mate. First of all, how important was it that we came out with 3 points in that game, considering the negativity that was surrounding the club going into it, and particularly the manager, Michael Beale?
Yeah, I think Michael Beale and really sort of likes to speak man under tremendous pressure going into the match, because after his press conference on the Thursday, there was a lot of outside noise, wasn't there, really? And he was under a lot of pressure. So going into the game, I thought the Stoke match was going to be a difficult game. And I really I figured the worst going into the game, to be honest. But especially when Pritchard pulled out just before the match, and I was surprised with that. I was gutted, absolutely gutted. Much needed experience in the middle of the park. I thought, why? I was fuming, to be fair, just before the game. And then we're seeing Burstow started and Rushin was on the bench. 4-1-4-1. They put Dan Neil as the sort of more of a holding midfielder, and they had Ekwa a bit further up, which kind of worked, to be fair. But yeah, Mike was under a lot of pressure, and he seems really nervous in his press conference. So the 3 points on Saturday was a massive tonic for Mike, definitely there, Jacob.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering it was a press conference, to forget where the power went down midway through, we thought it was going to be all doom and gloom going into the game at the weekend, not just on the pitch, but also the atmosphere as well. But we started the game with a lot of confidence, I feel, and it gradually progressed as the game went on. But Stoke, it was a complete off day for them. I think we took advantage of their poor defensive play, but you can only beat what's in front of you. But yeah, Terry, since you dropped it, I'm going to come on to the Alex Pritchard thing. Do you think the announcement made, I think it was about an hour and a half before the game, did you think at the time that was going to affect the confidence of the players going into it?
I mean, I did actually. I thought I feared the worst because of that, because I thought maybe they might just capitulate in the match, but it seemed to have reverse effect. They seemed to sort of pull together a bit better and sort of rallied a bit more in a bit more spirited performance. And one or two players that were having bad performances other parts of the season seemed to come good. But yeah, before I thought it was bad timing, but they must have known that on the Friday night, I think, but they didn't want to release it to the last minute because they didn't want the fans to go probably go mental, to be honest, and be all doom and gloom. But I thought it would have a negative effect, but I was pleased it never. But to be fair, I thought Stoke had 1 or 2 good chances themselves in the first half, and they could have easily went in front. And I thought it was very even Stevens in the first half until Burstow, got the opening goal.
I agree completely. I mean, a great confidence boost for Burstow also, considering it's been a striker merry-go-round, like a game of musical chairs for the striker department this season. 1 week it's Rushin, the next week it's Mayenda coming in, next week Burstow, and also it was Hamir at the beginning of the season, and then he's dropped off gradually as the season's gone on. So it was nice for Burstow, and hopefully this could be the start of a good run for him now. He's got.
It was a good time to score, Jacob, right before half time.
Yeah, perfect, absolutely perfect. And the second half as well, I thought the game was won with the high press and the quick counter attack, and we moved the ball a lot quicker in the final third, and particularly changing the role from Pierre Eckworth from a holding midfield player into a more creative midfield player playing in behind the striker. I thought worked a treat. That's where he wants to play, and for me, that's where he should be playing now. Jack, before we come on to you from last week's performance against Stoke, Mike, what is the live chat saying, particularly the transfer rumours that have been bantered about on tonight's live chat, considering a few hours to go till the deadline?
Yeah, well, the live chat's never ending. Thane said Wolves and Man United team news at 7:15. I've just watched United get off the bus and I couldn't spot Ahmad on there. I know that's supposed to be dead and buried, but if he's not on the bus, there's always a chance. Ian's asked, is Wee Philly at the Academy of Light? I'm afraid it's not Wee Philly, but we do have people going there. Apparently Benson is off now, says Thane. SJ, fans are banging on needing a striker, but I think a defensive midfielder is more important. Couldn't agree more with that. Chris Johnson said Benson was never on. It was a made-up story. Thane also says Styles is the only experience we're going to bring in, and he's only 23. The policy at this club is ridiculous. John Nesbitt, the Nesbitt brothers in the house. Speakman doing a Speakman, 2 years and counting without a target man. You have to hand it to Speakman. He has thicker skin than a rhino. Yeah, it's all the same names that we've been going on basically at the moment.
Mike, just for those watching, I think as some people wanted to know on tonight's live chat, is the Styles deal, is that a loan or a permanent move?
I believe it was loan with option to buy. That's what they were talking about.
Okay.
Permanent move was only 1.5 though, I believe. So I don't know. This club is full of disappointments and surprises all at the same time. So one can only wait and see.
Who knows? One more surprise could be up KLD's sleeve before the 11 o'clock deadline. Only time will tell. Join us after 8 p.m. for a bit more in-depth transfer discussion here on SAFC Fan TV. But back on to the Stoke City win. Jack, we're going to come on to you, mate. You were there. Before kickoff, would you say there was a sense of doom and gloom in the ground going into it, and considering with the whole Newcastle defeat, the performance against Hull the previous Friday night, did you feel that it was set up to be one of those disappointing days, but the players totally, as the game went on, they forgot about the Pritchard situation, forgot about last weekend's performance where they didn't get on the score sheet against Hull? Do you think that was completely forgotten as the game went on, particularly when Burstow got his first goal?
Yeah, I didn't think I agree with what Terry said to a certain extent. I don't think there was a great deal in the first half. I did notice that towards half time, though, we did start to get into our stride a little bit better. I thought we started to be a little bit sharper and quicker. But, they had a couple of chances that they didn't put away. I thought, if one of those goes in, it could have really turned into a difficult afternoon because it had that nervous energy around the ground, didn't it? Whereas the chants weren't really going and people were a bit unsure, and I hate to say it, but I have no doubt in my mind if we'd gone 1-0 down, there would have been a lot of anti-Bale chants, anti-Board chants. and it would have turned into a difficult afternoon. So maybe a little bit of luck that Stoke didn't put one of them away. You know, that their finishing was poor, and it's normally us in that situation, normally us creating chances and not putting it away. But we get the goal on half time, and then second half we were better. I thought that we were much the better team in the second half. We were creative, we were on the front foot, and carved them open. Really, I mean, I'm not going to pretend Stoke are a Leicester in our league, because they're not. I think Stoke are absolutely a half team, and I don't think that they played that well on the day. But we did really look like a bit more, dare I say, like a Tony Mowbray Sunderland team from last year. You know, in the way that we played. 3 good finishes as well, I thought. You know, I mean, I know the Burstow one was a little bit of a scrappy, and it sort of went in off somebody's side, I think, or the back. But I thought the way he got himself into position and he reacted was quite good, actually, for someone who hasn't had that many goals and you wouldn't think would be sharp in front of goal. He actually was on that occasion and maybe got a little bit of luck. So yeah, you can look at it and from outside, Sunderland 3-0 up, you would say, oh yeah, it's a comfortable Sunderland win. I'm not sure it was, to be fair, but I think we deserved it. We got the goals at the right time, and that's what it's all about.
In terms of team selection, obviously there was prediction that amongst the fan base, Job was going to be rested for this one, and Rushin may have kept his place up front, but he went with Burstow. Were you surprised with Beale's decision making going in, and how pleased were you in terms of the decisions he did make come the full-time whistle?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I mean, because Burstow, he had that run early in the season, didn't he? Where I think Mowbray played him 7 or 8 games in a row. And he looked okay, but he didn't really, for me, look a genuine goal threat. So I thought he was going to be phased out. And I said it myself, you know, if there is an option to get him back to Chelsea, you know, send him back. I don't think that is the case. I don't think there is an option. But so I was a little bit surprised. I think Rushin has looked the number one striker for me, you know, the one that you would play up front. But to be fair to Burstow, give him credit, he was very strong. I felt that he was lively, he was sharper, he was linking up with the midfield a little bit more. He was making some good runs as well. I thought, you know, he made some good runs in behind, and obviously, he got his first goal. I don't know if it was 100% his, whether or not the shot was going in or not without the deflection, but he claimed it and he got given it. So it was nice to see him do that. And if he keeps playing like that, he puts himself in the frame to be the main striker. I personally would always favour Rushin, but it's another option if, as it looks like, we're not going to get a strike in the next 3 or 4 hours, which we might come on to later on.
I mean, it's also positive to hear, particularly Beale in his post-match interview, saying that Burstow, you know, his attitude in training recently has been very good. You know, he's been staying back, working on his finishing, you know, coming in early in the morning as well. Obviously, we heard reports earlier on in the season that Hamir wasn't doing that. So for someone who's, you know, you could be playing on a more consistent basis now for the first time in his career, you know, it's nice to see that, considering we've only got him on loan, that there is attitude there, and you know there is a bit of passion and pride to wanting to fight for his place, which at the moment is only one role, because we're only playing with the one striker, which is delightful to see. Mike, before we come on to you,
crush some dreams. Need to crush some dreams. Ahmad is on the bench. They've just released the team sheet. United. Ahmad's on the bench tonight.
There we go. So Amad Diallo is on the bench.
So our team won't be meeting him outside the academy this evening, unfortunately.
That's out the window. It just wasn't to be. But with the Amad situation, I mean, we'll go on to this a little bit later on when we talk more transfers past 8 o'clock. With the whole Rashford situation, you know, you've got to appreciate that he will want to show a desire to fight for his place in that dressing room at the moment. And you know what, we wish him all the best. There's a chance, you know, he could potentially return in the summer, but if it was to only be that one season, you know, he'll still be regarded as one of the best loan signings that this club has ever made. And you know, he was a real fans' favourite. I can't think of many loan signings we've had, particularly this one, where he's been a real fans' favourite. And, you know, it's going to be hard for us to get another loan signing that will be on that same level in years to come. You know, Ahmad set the standards very high, and we'll miss him. We'll miss him dearly. Mike, a quick update on the live chat before we come on to your thoughts on the Stoke game, particularly the comment made by Ian Donaldson a few minutes ago, which I thought was top notch.
I'll get down to there. I'm further up than you, I think, at the moment. So So DJ Sizzler Watson says, regarding Pritchard, Speakman told the press he wanted to leave in the summer. It wasn't the club pushing him out, but I wish they'd given him more money. Tam says, looking forward to another 5 years of championship football, at least under KLD. Thane said, someone told me Styles will be unveiled at 9 p.m. I love the someone told me ones, you know, never a source. Don't give your sources up. DJ Sizzler also says it was nice to see someone else's, other than Clark, scoring. John Child says, on the Borough match, 3 wins for us since 1954. Borough, 35 wins.
I think that's only at Middlesbrough away, though, isn't it? I think we've beaten them more at home. I think that's 3 wins away at Middlesbrough since that spell. So it's bad, but it's not as bad as that seems, if that makes sense.
Terry might be. I can name at least 2, but Terry might be able to name the third one. 2012 FA Cup, 2005 League, Julio Arca. When was the third, Terry?
Sorry, I wasn't listening there. I was concentrating on something else. What were you saying?
We beat them in '97, didn't we? The last year at Roper. Was it someone like Darren Williams scored or somebody like that?
We did,
Anyway.
Yeah, so lots of comments about Diallo. Quite a few people asking about Wee Philly. It won't be Wee Philly live. He's got other stuff, unfortunately, at the moment. Hopefully, he'll be coming back to the channel next season. But he's still very much on board and doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. So we appreciate your patience on that. Last one, Brian Scotia Mackham. Unpopular opinion here, the board is going for the long-term success. True enough that Black Cat Bar was a goddamn fiasco, but reinvesting in the stadium is good. KLD don't want us to be a yo-yo club. That's an interesting take on it, I suppose. And the shock transfer of this season so far is Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari. So definitely. Yeah. So Stoke. I was buzzing that Burstow got something. I know it was a deflection, but it was going on in anyway. The lad deserves it. He deserved it in that first stint of games we gave him. He was holding the ball well. He looked really good. He just never quite finished. Unfortunately, I'd have preferred a scraped 1-0 win at this time of the year, because that would have been justified for then going for a striker. But with the 3-1 win, three separate goal scorers, including a striker, that's all Speakman needed to say, we don't need to sign anyone. I trust this lot. So that's my probably unpopular opinion. But I was happy with the game, finishing-wise, accuracy-wise. We've improved a lot. We had a lot less shots, but they were more on target percentage-wise. Not as much possession, but it's what we did with it. And going into the second half, you could see a difference in the confidence levels. And it just shows that's where Ekwa should play.
Yeah.
We can't play him as this defensive midfielder. It doesn't work. As soon as he's got that confidence to shoot from outside the box, you hear the crowd shout it every time. That's the kind of player we need up there. So hopefully Beale learns from what happened during that game and thinks, oh, that's where they go. It fits. Let's carry on doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Another key man in the game, Mike, was Abdullah Bar. You know, a goal and an assist on the. Well, technically, it was a fantastic header, I should say. Leapt like a salmon to get Burstow his goal. Well, in the build up to the attack that led to it, but. Yeah, well taken finish for the next one, and obviously another good assist as well for Ekwa's goal. For me, have we found his natural position now on the right side of midfield?
Yeah, I think I know we all love the idea of Ahmad coming back, but I could see him developing into that kind of player anyway. And he's looked so good in the last couple of games he's played. I've been impressed with him compared to before when it was like, how's he going to lose the ball now? Mm-hmm. He's done a lot better. So the development there it's impressed me. There's nothing wrong with our team looking towards the future. It's just the immediate need for a bit of experience and a bit of guidance. Like bring an experienced player in, he can bring them players along so much better.
So, Mike, my question to you, do you think if we got promotion this season, would survive in the Premier League? Or does that not really bother you? Does that not really bother you?
No, that does bother me, definitely. I've lived through the years of yo-yo clubbing. And that sounds like a disco, doesn't it? Never mind. But yeah, no, it does bother me, definitely. And my worry about us going up to the Premier League, I think we could survive, but it would take one thing, which we don't seem to do, investment. And it would take us making losses for a year or two so they could actually pump some money in. If we went up, if we didn't sign 6 good quality players, we're coming back down. My opinion.
Finishing bottom.
Yeah, well, not necessarily bottom. Maybe one off. Depends who goes up with us.
Well, one of them is probably nailed on to be Leicester, but the other automatic place is up for grabs. I mean, because we're not going to get automatics now. I think that's gone completely out the window. The
players we've got have got it in them to beat any team in this league, to probably beat a lot of the teams that are in the Premier League. As individual players, they're absolutely brilliant. I just don't think we're at a consistent level where we can do that week in, week out. I mean, Pritchard might have been.
Sorry, you can see with the teams that have come down with the parachute payments like Leicester, Leeds, and Southampton, barring the surprise pack at Ipswich, the 3 are going to go back up again, or potentially we're going to go back up again. So the gulf between the Premier League and the Championship is just so big at the moment.
Oh, yeah, massive, and it's getting bigger and bigger year by year.
So are Speakman and them worried about going up too soon, obviously, and then crashing the year after? So that's why they're doing it slowly. Maybe it's next season they might get more experience in, or hopefully these lads that are in now got the experience for next season if we can keep them all together, which is a massive if.
But then again, they did let slip before the season started. You know, we do want promotion this season. So then again, it's up for debate, really. But then again, you've got to back it by how much you invest in the transfer market. And
yeah, but imagine if they came out and said we don't want promotion this season, that would just be totally.
There'll be uproar, complete and utter uproar.
Well, that's not beyond the realms of possibility, given the shambles of the PR stuff that we've seen in the last couple of months, has it? To be fair, but I think I agree with you. I think we do need to mix it. I think going down the model of 18 to 25-year-olds is good for future development and potentially looking at how much you can sell players for. But I do think you need a mix. But the only slight thing I would say was buying experienced players doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have success with those players either. You know what I mean? You could sign a player 27, 28. And people say we're getting experience in. If he doesn't fit the style of play that you want, and then he might be a flop, and you've paid money. So I mean, I agree. I do think we need to mix it a little bit more than we are. But I would hate to think our fans are pinning the hopes on buying experienced players, and then it's going to be a straight success, because you have to get the recruitment right, regardless of if you're signing somebody who's 18 or 28. There has to be the right deal financially, has to be the right style of play for the player that you need. So I wouldn't always necessarily say buying somebody older is going to equate to success straight away, because you can still get a transfer wrong if he's a bit older.
Don't know what you're talking about, Jack. Will Griggs on fire? No, man.
Those days, please, that's one. Sunderland Till I Die Series 3. At least there'll be more success on this.
But yeah, Jacob, as you were saying, before, Bar had his best game of the season for me. 2 assists and a goal. He's definitely improving. I mean, I was one of the ones who thought didn't play him again, until he gets obviously till he improves, but he's improved again. And with Roberts being injured, he's actually stepped up to the plate. When we needed him. And I think the last 2 or 3 games he's been a lot better.
He's come a long way from the Coventry miss, hasn't he, Terry?
He's come a long way from the beginning of the season to mid-season. I think last 2 or 3 games he's improved big time, and it's nice to see them actually do it. I'll be the first to say, well done. I'll knock someone if they're having a real stinking part of the season or whatever, but at the same time, I give him congratulations as well, and he deserves it.
Yeah, I think definitely he wins the award for the most improved player this year. I mean, last season I gave it to Trey Hume. I thought he was completely finished by Christmas time, and then he found his way back into the team by unfortunate injury break. By an unfortunate with injuries that he found his way back in. But Abdul-Jabbar, Tony Mowbray stuck by him at the beginning of the season, and he's slowly but surely starting to win the fans over again, which is brilliant to see him on that right-hand side. His trickery and his technical ability, considering he's still a young lad, is only going to get better and better as the season goes on, and also into the beginning of next season as well, depending on what division we're in. 292 currently watching tonight's live stream, 57 likes. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please do so, and also hit the big red subscribe button as well. Subscribe to SAFC Fan TV as we hunt for 10,000 subscribers before the end of the season. Jack, in terms of our attacking display, what did you like that we did differently aside to other performances as of late?
Well, in a simple answer, we just put the ball in the back of the net. In terms of the chances that we created, we were just a bit more. We were a bit more clinical. No, that's too simple of an answer. I know the question you mean. I thought that I just thought we were compared to what we were like under Beale in the previous games. I thought the tempo was better. I thought we moved the ball quicker. It wasn't so slow and ponderous, and then we take a couple of touches and work out where we were going. It was a little bit more off the cuff. And I think that sometimes we're best when we're like that. Dare I say it? Our players are best sometimes when they don't have to think, when the ball's moving quickly and they can go and then straight in and you know what I mean? And it's 1-2 touch stuff. When we try and slow it down and be technical and things, I don't think it sometimes suits our players. So I think you maybe just told them to move it a little bit quicker. And we exploited the gaps a little bit more, because I noticed in other games under Michael Beale there was gaps where we could have played balls in, like we talked about for Rushin and one or two others, and we didn't find it, whereas we seem to be finding a little bit better on Saturday. Whether or not that was just because Stoke were poor and gave us more opportunities to play them type of balls, that possibly comes into it. But yeah, and like I say, clinical when we got the chances, we took them. I just want to mention Barr as well, Jacob. I thought that he was, as has been discussed, he was much better. And I think the one thing I've noticed with him in the last few games, particularly Saturday, was his end product. I thought he got on the score sheet and he set one up as well. And I think that's all that we've been missing from him, really, has been that, you know, we've never questioned his ability, but can he go on the pitch and produce that end product, that final? Because a lot of the time he's sort of been not being able to control his legs, and his touches have been out of place, and he's looked full of energy, but not really had the technique. But he showed that on Saturday. So if he can keep that up, you know, he certainly comes into contention more regularly as a regular start, particularly while Roberts isn't starting at the minute with his fitness issues.
Absolutely. Another man I should mention, Jack, on the same side as Barr, playing as a right back as of late, Jason Seal. How do you think he did it? Is he gonna remain in that role, do you reckon, for the next few games, or do you reckon will Beale find a way to move him more into the centre to play alongside Ballard?
I think it's an interesting one, because I say it every time I watch him, he gets better, he improves. Now he's on a level of most of our other defenders, I would say, bar Ballard. I think you've got the option there, depending on who you're playing, to maybe, you know, look at Ballard and Seal as the two centre backs. Potentially, if you want to play 09, then maybe move him a bit further forward, or as a fullback. But you would have to depend on who the opposition wingers are, because I think Seal's strong and he's physical, but in terms of a foot race, you know, you're probably better off sticking somebody like Hume at fullback rather than somebody like Sealed. You know, but he's getting better all the time, and he brings another option in at the back, because we're sometimes limited with injuries. Because, you know, I know we've got the new lad in that we got from Leeds. I think he's a left back and he can play centre back as well, so he's going to be coming into the frame as well. So we're improving our options at the back, I think.
Absolutely, Mike. Building on from Jack's comments there, on the defensive shape that we had against Stoke, do you reckon that that's going to be the way forward for the next couple of games, would you say? I mean, there was a period when, after we sacked Mowbray, where Dodds came in for those two interim games, we were starting with a 3 at the back in front of Patterson, but now it looks like we're settled with a 4 with one holding midfield play. Would you say that's the right way forward? And considering who we've got to come in as well, the left back we've signed from Leeds. Yeah,
for the formation we're playing right now, for the team we've got, it suits. What happens after this window with the new players, I don't know if they're ready to go straight in, if they're going to need time, if they're going to start in the under-23s and 21s or whatever. It's difficult to say. But as long as we keep variety in that, what I liked when Dodds took charge for them couple of games is we adapted to the opposition we were playing, and that's where we fell down we fell down multiple times with multiple managers having no plan B. So as long as we adapt to the team we're playing, I think we've got the ability and the players to support anything like that. I'll quickly go through some comments, otherwise they're going to get lost in the abyss. If that's all right. I'm going to leave Chris Claiborne's question on there for the end, just so if anyone wants to answer that. But Thane Emmy2 says, Moore's joined Ipswich now. A newly promoted side has signed 2 strikers over the past few days. Mad Mackham, member for 29 months. Yeah, anything buying poop tonight. I'll give him a shout out because he's a member for 29 months. So well done for you for that. Ian Donaldson, new chant for our midfielder. Let's get ready to Mundle. Let's get ready to Mundle. I agree with a lot of the comments that follow that. That's an Anton Deck song. And we don't want to sing a song that them Geordie career thieves sing. Anyway, Creed says, I still think Sunderland might try and get Macaulay Langstaff last minute. Thane said it doesn't have to be a veterans. 23 to 24-year-olds with a bit of experience would do. More players like Styles is what we've needed. And then he confirmed that Moore and Ipswich is done. It's a done deal, that now. Alan Walton said, why was Clark not in training today? So that could be a worrisome thing. And Sergbite said, would anyone else take a risk on the Langstaff boy for up front? Knows where the goal is and knows the area. I personally, I'll answer that first. Yes, I think Langstaff would be definitely worth the roll of the dice, especially at the stage we're at now. I wouldn't have took him over Moore. Wouldn't have took him over Ahmad. I wouldn't have took him over quite a lot of them. But right now, yeah, I'd definitely take him.
He's got.
And the last comment is the question at the bottom. So,
I mean, speaking of back onto defensive players at this moment, one player that did leave today, Mike, was Nectar Triantis going out on loan to Hibs, I believe, to the rest of the season. What were your thoughts on that one? Was that an unexpected one for you?
No, I expected him to have gone a long time ago on loan, to be fair. When we've seen him come on.
That he's gone to, rather.
Oh, well, no, we've got good relationships with the Scottish clubs. I can only imagine that it's a contact that Beale already had, possibly, or something like that. I think it's irrelevant. I think he needs experience playing wherever he's going. We saw him come on when we've needed to bring him on, and when he played in the youth setup, he's definitely not ready for our first team, in my opinion. So happy for him to go out and get some experience and hopefully come back a bit better.
Yeah, good point raised there, Mike. So on to the A19 derby on Sunday at 12 o'clock. The derby that's not a derby, that is a derby, according to Middlesbrough. Mike's answered the question there to some that are watching and also putting comments in the live chat right now. Middlesbrough away, Sunday at 12 o'clock. Middlesbrough, who, let's just say, have not had success compared to what they had last season, but have still got a lot of threats in their squad. Michael Carrick's side recently just got knocked out of the Carabao Cup by Chelsea. It was a 6-1 defeat. They were against quality opposition, but they'll take huge confidence reaching the semi-finals this year. In terms of their league form, it's been a bit mixed as of late. In so far, it's just it seems to be stop start for them. It's taken them I think it was a while ago when they got back-to-back wins under their belt, but similar record to what we've got this season. 12 wins for them, 4 draws and 12 defeats. Terry, we're going to start with you first. Last time out for them, last league game they had was a 1-1 draw against bottom side Rotherham United. But form goes out the window for games like this. You know, they'll treat it as their derby game. And our record at the Riverside hasn't been great over the years. But how would you sum up your confidence, first of all, going into this one?
Well, first, before we get to that, I want to go back to the previous game. I was talking about like the defence and Patterson. I thought they were less ponderous in defence. I thought they were less mucking about, passing the ball at the back. I thought there was one or two like longer kicks from Patterson at the weekend, and I thought he was a lot better with his kicking. That was just my personal opinion. I don't know what you thought.
Yeah, completely. Particularly when we were starting the attacks, that brilliant kick he made to Clark in the second half where we broke, and I think almost scored from it. I think Clark really, with the space he had, should have done better. I think that's what Patterson needs to be doing a lot more often, I should say. I think there was a few opportunities where he had the chance to release the ball sooner in the first half, and he wasn't doing that. But yeah, Patterson, more commanding, I should say. He needs to be at times. I thought he may have come out for the cross that led to Sealk putting it into the back of his own net. But you know, Patterson, where would we be without him this season? You know, he has saved us a lot of points on big occasions when we've needed him most, I should say. So back onto Middlesbrough. Terry, we'll go to you first. What are your thoughts going into this one?
It's one of those. It's a funny old one, isn't it? Middlesbrough. We don't have a great record away there, and it's at the moment with Beale, we seem to be. You win a one, you lose one. His form's hitty missy. Whether we can turn it around on Sunday against Middlesbrough, I don't feel very confident this weekend for some reason. Even after the result against Stoke, I think Middlesbrough have just lost one of their best players, have they? To Aston Villa. Has he gone?
Morgan Rogers.
So they don't seem very confident either. But they're sort of happy that break between the Chelsea game and us has been a bit of a break, sort of get over that 6-1 drubbing against Chelsea. But I mean, playing against a Premier League side is always going to be difficult. But I know a lot of Middlesbrough fans are disappointed. But I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of this one at the weekend. I'm hoping Bale can like pull it out the bag. But just there's something about Michael Bale at the moment I'm not confident with, and getting 2 back-to-back wins. I don't know. It's going to be a tough match, put it that way. It's going to be a tough match. I can see it being a very close game, a 1-0 or a 0-0. 1-0 either way. I hope we can just take off from what we did last weekend against Stoke and just improve. And like I said, with Patterson from the back, none of that sloppiness at the back, what's caused our downfalls over the last few weeks, and also make sure we don't lose a man to a red card like we did the home fixture, where it was quite close in the home match when we were sort of 0-0 at half time before Neil got sent off. So yeah, like I say, I'm very nervous about this week because I would love to see us go there and beat Middlesbrough, but I think if we lose at the weekend, then for me that's going to really force us out of the playoff situation.
But considering, I know Middlesbrough are below us right now, but with Borough being a tough place to go, particularly for us over our last few visits, would you take a point, Terry?
I always want to win, but a point wouldn't be a disaster. I mean, Greenwood's always going to be a danger man. I don't know if he's fit for this weekend. I'm sure he probably will be, but he's going to want to score against Sunderland, isn't he? In front of the Middlesbrough fans. But I think, I mean, I don't want to take a point because I want to win the game of football, but I don't want to lose it either, if you know what I mean. It's catch-22, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the, I mean, it's very hard to predict this one. Greenwood's going to be a threat up front for them. The pace of Isaiah Jones out wide, who caused us all sorts of problems in the game at the Stadium of Light earlier in the season. I know we were down to 10 men for the second 45 minutes. Clark, for some reason, playing as a left wing back, couldn't cope with him at all on that side. But yeah, on this occasion,
like you say, their form isn't that great at the moment.
No, inconsistency, as I said before.
Only like a draw against Rotherham.
Yeah,
1-1. The previous game, a game everybody thought they would go and win. I mean, Rotherham bottom of the table. That was a strange result in itself, wasn't it?
But I don't know how much Middlesbrough's form's been affected by the League Cup run. Personally, I think one or two of them might have been holding back the players. They might have had an eye and concentrating on the 2 games against Chelsea, and I think that might have affected it. If you remember when we went on the League Cup run, after we lost, there was a bit of after we lost the final against Man City and before, we had a few dodgy results. If you remember, we went on a bit of a poor run. and then we were bottom and looking like we were dead and buried and needed to do the great escape. So I think sometimes a big game like that can sometimes affect the players. I hope it continues on Sunday, but they might need this game to get out the system. That's my only worry, and they haven't had a game last week when we did, so they'll be raring to go. Dare I say it, they might be a little bit more energetic and sharper than we are. Hopefully not, but.
Well, I think that signals for Jack to give his thoughts on the Tees Weir derby that Mike will batter away, if I put it towards him, on tonight's live stream. Jack, in terms of how we're going to set up tactically, do you think Beale will make many changes at all? Potentially he may look to bring in the new signing. I struggle to pronounce. Was it Hyde?
Helder or something, isn't it? Helder, something like that.
Yeah.
The left back, yeah. And also, we should touch on the fact that Rushin scored twice for the reserves during the week. I think it was against Leeds. He got a brace.
But does anybody think Burstow is more of a sort of focal point than Rushin is? Rushin's more seems to be, with the two goals he scored were coming from the left and from the right, weren't they? They're more like sort of on the wing.
We need two up front.
Two up front. Why not? Away to Berry though, is that they're taking a risk?
Yeah, unless we go three at the back, 3 centre backs and the two wing backs. I personally wouldn't go two up front, but I get Mike's thinking. But
yeah, Jack, what do you think Beale will do personally?
I think it will be naturally a little bit more defensive than we were last week at home against a team in the bottom half. You're expected to go and win the game. It's easy for you to be attacking and play on the front foot. I think we have to respect Middlesbrough. They're a very good team. They were in the playoffs like we were last year. They weren't far away from getting promotion, the same as we were. And they look as strong as us, if not slightly stronger on the day. Would have been really interesting to see if we'd had 11 men against them in October at the stadium, like what would have happened the rest of the game. Would we have won the game? I certainly don't think we would have lost it 4-0. So, we gifted them the win there. So it's hard to judge how well they are against us, if that makes sense. But I certainly think it's going to be a very, very tough game. What do I think you'll do with the team? I just think we might be a little bit more defensive, so that you might see Ekwa a bit further back, unfortunately. I know he did really well last week on the front foot, but he might be sort of more of a 2 with Dan Neil in front of the back 4, if it is a 4. And I think he'll probably go with Burstow again up front. He got the goal. He holds the ball up a little bit better. Rushin be unlucky not to get a start after 2 goals in the under-23s games, but I think he'll probably. I don't think there'll be actually many changes. To be fair, he might. I'm looking down at how we played last week, and I can't see any huge changes that could really be made. To be fair, just a little bit more defensive in terms of the players that go on the pitch, maybe in the shape. We'll not be on the front foot as much, and looking maybe to try and counter-attack, see if we can get the counter-attack as our main sort of method of attacking.
I mean, another option would be to bring in Hyde. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to pronounce his name here.
Just call him the Leeds lad. It's probably easy.
The Leeds lad.
Call him Leo.
What's that, Terry? Sorry.
Just call him Leo.
I don't know if he'll play straight away on Saturday. I don't think he'll play on Sunday. Sorry to interrupt. I think he'll probably, if he is going to start, probably either Plymouth or Huddersfield. We've got the Huddersfield game in midweek, haven't we? So he might want to freshen it up after the Plymouth game next Saturday. So he might play one of those games, but I'd be surprised if he starts them on Saturday. I don't think on Sunday. I keep saying Saturday. I don't think he'll start on Sunday.
Mike, before we come on to your thoughts going into the Borough game, what is the live chat currently saying? And also, I should note, over 300 people watching tonight. So thank you very much for tuning in. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please do so. And most importantly, hit the subscribe button as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what the live chat's saying. Basically, if I try to read all these out, I'd just fall off my chair. So I'm going to pick a couple out here. So Steels McD said, I still rate Rusyn, makes excellent runs, works his socks off and gets 0 service. Hard to score when you never played in. Carnivore Chris said, Fabrizio Romano here, goal Lawrence Shankland. He's seen getting on this 60 to Sunderland town centre. Doubt it. Mick Griffiths said the Championship is a big step up for a non-league League Two footballer regarding Langstaff. And SJ said Vardy did it, which is very true. Could be the next Jamie Vardy. Chris Johnson said that Sissoko rumour has come from another Twitter account that makes up stories, so we can dismiss that one. There's just some ridiculous comments in there. I'm trying not to read anything out loud. I shouldn't. This is the problem. People asking if there's any new ones on transfers. Mick D says again, Burstow is a lone player, Terry. Not worried about developing Burstow, just for him to be leave in the summer.
Do you think, Mike, though, do you think the Burstow situation is someone like Speakman and KLD want to keep sort of connections with Chelsea, so they want to keep Chelsea happy, so they're going to play Burstow where they can? And for me, I like Lucian as well, but I think Mick, I think they'll start Burstow again.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason he started as many as he did in a row when he wasn't getting any goals or anything, because to try and keep that relationship good, which I'm all for in a way, but you can't do that at detriment to the result. Thane ME2 says apparently Matete might be going to Oxford on loan.
Sorry, Mike. The Matete thing, I got told he was going out to Blackpool, but he failed a medical.
Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting developments there.
Yeah, so 17 days time we have Tony Mowbray and the Brummies. That will be an interesting match. Yes, that'll be an interesting show just before the match. I'm sure we'll go through all that. Chelsea don't want him back because they know he's not good enough, says Thane. And Bournemouth's winning already, says the casual observer, which is not relevant to anything.
I think on Burstow, though, I think it would have been probably part of the agreement when they signed him that if he is fit, we'll try and play him as much as we can, because if we don't play him, Chelsea will be like, well, why did you ask us for him? You know what I mean? And they're likely to either want him to move elsewhere or you know what I mean? So I agree. It probably was part of the contract that he signed. It was part and parcel of that if he is fit, and we will try and play him. I'll start him as many games as we can, and I think there is an element of trying to keep the big team sweet, because you never know when you might need a loan player again from them. So it's a good point. Though.
Tonight, please. No, the thing with Rusin, I like Rusin, and I'm not saying we've got the ability to play a two up front. That's not what I was saying before. I'm saying that's the kind of striker I think he is. He needs a second striker with him. So that's about it for the comments for now, because I can't keep reading. I got a full night of this, lads. Go easy.
But I want to say a big well done to all the people who give us a like on the channel. 138 likes so far, so well done. Thank you.
Top notch.
That's about 170 short, because there's 320 of you in here. So get clicking. My maths was terrible then. Don't pull me on that.
We forgive you, mate. We forgive you, Mike. Middlesbrough. Mike, over to you, mate.
Middlesbrough. Okay, so I'm not going to go off stats of how many times we've won and lost there. I think again, if we just adapt to the situation, I think he could go out with pretty much what he started with last week. I don't think any of the new lads will get on straight away. They might be on the bench. They might come on for 10 minutes. But all I'm looking for now is development in Beale, which is horrible to say that you want your head coach to develop. But you know what I mean? Just to learn the team a bit more and actually make some decent decisions through the game. I think we could easily get a win on a good day, even against them. I think we've got the ability in the squad, definitely. Touch wood, as long as we don't lose any vital players this evening. But my thoughts would be to pretty much keep the squad that we started with last week going forward, and just make changes at the right times for a change, and don't take players off that are performing well. As far as result goes, my theory is a loss, Beale out, a draw, Speakman out, a win, everyone can keep the job for another week.
Mike started the trend, so you know what, we're gonna go on to score predictions and goal scorers straight away, I think, to be honest. So, Mike, feel free to predict the outcome of how the day will unfold.
2-1 Sunderland, but we're going to lose 1-0 in the first half and get 2 back in the second. Goal scorers, Ekwa and Bar again.
Ekwa and Bar again. Terry, over to you, mate. You love a good prediction.
I was going to say 2-1, but I've changed mine now because I did say 1-0 either way, didn't I? So I'm going to go 1-0 Sunderland, Burstow, 2 goals in 2 weeks.
Okay, and finally, to complete the prediction, well, I'll come on to mine at the end, actually, so not quite the completion. Jack, over to you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a difficult game. As I touched on, Middlesbrough are a pretty good side. They've been a bit iffy in form recently, but like I said, I do think that's partly down to the cup, schedule that they've had with the 2 games, and sometimes over Christmas you can have a few dodgy results. I think it's going to be difficult because they're going to have more of the ball than us. Not a lot of teams do that to us. We're a team that likes to be on the ball a little bit, so I don't think we're going to see much of the ball. I think we could, if we can get the counter attack right, though. I think there are going to be opportunities for us. However, I just think Middlesbrough are quite strong, and they've had a week rest. And I hate to say it, but I can see them nicking a win. I think there'll be a game where there's chances and it'll be close, but I can see Middlesbrough maybe nicking a 1-0 or a 2-0. So I'm sorry to say, I think Middlesbrough. I'll go 1-0 Middlesbrough. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we get a point. But I think Middlesbrough might be a little bit too strong, so I'll have to say 1-0 to the Borough. Sorry, people.
1-0 to the Borough. Going again. For a change. Jack, are you going first of all?
I am, yes. I'm at the next 2 away games and probably the third one. So I'm going to Middlesbrough, Huddersfield and Birmingham more than likely. So, yeah, 3 in a row. I think we've got we're setting off early, and I think we're having to be we're not escorted in, but I think we're meeting on the A19 on the way down, and then being taken in, shall we say. But we've got a couple of pubs, I know Sunderland fans have got a couple of designated pubs in Middlesbrough Town Centre.
Well,
whether or not we want to go in them, like.
There's some that on the forums today in particular, I think some fans are confused where to actually go before a trip to Borough.
Well, what I saw, and like I say, I'm only going off what I saw on the Sunderland away tickets. The branch liaison councils put two pubs for Sunderland fans travelling to Middlesbrough on Sunday. There's a one called Bloom, which opened. Sorry, I'll do them in reverse order. There's one called Club XS, as in like extra small. Club XS, which opens at 9 a.m, and that's on 41 Albert Road. And then there's a one opens a bit later at 10 a.m, Bloom, and that's on 1 Albert Road. So they're all on. I think Albert Road's the big road in the big town centre road in the middle of Middlesbrough. So those are the 2 apparently designated away pubs for Sunderland fans if we want to have a drink around Middlesbrough. Whether or not we're going to chance it round there, I don't know, because it'll probably be a little bit lively in the town centre. But those are apparently where we're being designated.
So do you mean the police are pretending it's a derby as well?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't like to be in Middlesbrough Town Centre by ourselves, though. To be fair, Mike, I mean, as much as it's not a derby, they're still liable to get a few digs in if they need to.
I'm all right. Been in the gym this week.
You there last season, the Monday night?
I was, yes. It was. I was going to say was it Tony Mowbray's first game? No, it might have been his second game. It was very early on into his reign, and yeah, we lost. It was a pretty poor game, to be fair. We hardly created anything, and I think they nicked a goal. And my last 4 visits there, by the way, have been 1-0, 1-0, 3-0, and 1-0 to the Borough. So the last 4 times I've been to Riverside, I haven't actually seen them score a goal. Yeah, so hopefully that changes on Sunday. I hope I'm wrong in it, and we at least score and get something.
Well, I do hope. I mean, you mentioned a potential escort there to the ground, and also, I mean, I don't know whether they'll keep us back. You might be able to tell us that, having been to Borough for that 1-0 defeat last season. I mean, because I think there's a few fans who are hoping to catch trains not long after the game, and I know there's work on the trains this weekend, particularly on that line that connects Middlesbrough to Sunderland. So I'm not quite sure on that one. Someone in the chat might be able to update us on.
Yeah, I heard there is slight disruption with the trains. I'm personally getting a coach in, so I think I'm okay. Obviously, once I get back on the coach, we're out there. I do know there's quite a few people going down on the train, and I do know there's a bit of disruption. But the beauty of Middlesbrough is because it's so close. You know what I mean? I mean, even if the worst came to the worst and the trains were cancelled, a few Sunderland lads could come together and get in a taxi, I would imagine. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be too astronomical for 4 or 5 lads in a taxi from Middlesbrough. So yeah, it's a place that you've got to be on your mettle, though, Middlesbrough. I mean, it's not a big derby like the Newcastle game's a derby, but it's still there's been bad trouble against Middlesbrough. So yeah, if anyone's going, be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Jack. On to my prediction I think there's going to be goals in this one, but I've got to back the lads. You simply have to. I'm going to go for a 3-2 Sunderland win. In terms of goal scorers, it keeps changing all the time, but I will say that I'm going to go for Mason Burstow getting the winner late on. I mean, what a dream ending that will be. Unlikely, but yeah, it's my prediction, and I'm going to stick with it. Watch this space. Keep the faith, I should say. So, for the final few minutes, just a reminder that there will be a more in-depth live transfer show on SAFC Fan TV with interviews taking place live on location as well. Mike, would you be able to tell the people watching tonight a little bit more on that one?
Yeah, well, as long as Jacob lets me run to the toilet first, it should be all right. But yeah, I'm going to try and stay on till all the lights go out and the window shuts for everyone this evening. I know there's lots of negative, like that's it, it's all done deals, but we're going to bear with it. We're going to persist. We're going to go through, even if I've got to sing and dance for you. But yeah, we'll have people joining us all the way through. As soon as we start, we should have some a guest joining us straight away.
Nice one. Watch this space for that live here on SAFC Fan TV. In terms of, is it an update of what's happened on this January transfer deadline day? So we've signed Mundell for £2 million from Standard Liège. Nectar Triantis has gone out on loan to Hibs for the rest of the season. Alex Pritchard's completed his move to Birmingham, and it looks like potentially Will Stiles has been linked with a loan move from Bournemouth. That one at the moment looks the most likely to happen in terms of the players we've got linked coming in. He's a midfield player, a defensive midfield player as well, from what I've been told, but that's all we've got in terms of updates so far. Jack, we'll touch more on this later on tonight before the 11 o'clock deadline. How would you sum up our transfer business so far this window?
Okay, I would say not as sort of prolific as we wanted. Really, we all wanted a forward, and it looks like we're probably not going to get one in. The lad Mundell, I don't think he's that defensive midfielder we were looking for, but he is an athletic player. Looks like he's going to be able to carry the ball a little bit. He's got good technique, so it's a positive signing. The fullback was needed. I think we could have done with somebody at the back. So we've addressed one or two areas, but on the whole, not everything that we needed. We're still crying out for that holding midfielder and still crying out for the striker. So yeah, it's a bit hit and miss. I would say maybe 4 or 5 out of 10 would what I would give it, and that's probably being generous for this window. And obviously the main one was a lot of Sunderland fans wanted Amad Diallo back. I hate to be negative because sometimes I can think a little bit on the dark side, but I never ever thought it was on, to be fair. I thought it was sort of Sunderland fans hoping. I know we all pinned our hopes on it, and is he coming, is he not coming? But yeah, that's the one thing Sunderland fans wanted in January was Amad, and we haven't got it. So yeah, we've got 1 or 2 in, but I'm still a little bit unsatisfied. I still think we're a little bit short. But all we can do is get behind them for the rest of the season. I think we are still some way off, though, being a team that's going to be challenging for automatic promotion. I still think we're a good 4 or 5 players away from that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, we were all hoping for at least a striker coming in on deadline day. We've heard in the last hour or so that Kiefer Moore has gone to Bournemouth. He was one of the players linked. That one's out the window, but you never know. There could be a surprise going in the final few hours, but at this moment it is looking unlikely. But watch this space live here on the channel. Terry, before we sign off the first part of Deadline Day live this evening. How would you sum up our transfer business so far?
Probably about a 5 out of 10, to be honest, if I have to say. We've done the job that we needed to do with left back. I mean, we've got like horrendous, I don't know whether it's luck or just, I don't know, three injured players in the same season. I mean, Serkin just seems to be injury prone at the moment. Hamstring, comes back, gets hamstring injury again. Huggins, that's just unlucky accident, you know. I mean, he's been playing really well, having one of his best seasons, and then obviously we have AJ comes back, Alessi, and he's injured straight away afterwards again for another month. So horrendous injuries at left back position, or even the left side of defence. So we've done that. We've got somebody in, which is good. The new lad Mundell, I don't know whether he's a replacement for Jack Clark in the future or what, but seems a promising lad. Spurs fans seem to love them down there, and they didn't want him to go. So I don't know why, the reasons why he left eventually. I don't know whether it's just to progress his career or get first team football, but he seems to not have worked over there, whether he's just missing a bit of homesick, I don't know. So 2 promising signings. You know, trying us on loan. He needs that. Needs some game time. Good progression for him. Disappointed with Pritchard, of course, like a lot of people are, but it is what it is. We all knew he was going to go at some point. And like I say, I don't think we're ever going to get a striker in, to be fair. Not with having 4 already on the cards. If we'd lost Burstow, had gone back, or we'd sent someone on loan, then fair enough. But with 4 strikers, I don't see they're ever going to bring one. Even though we know we need one. We need a proper 6-foot odd target man up top, but we're not going to get that if we do a Burstow. And that holding midfielder, can Luke O'Nien not do that? If eventually if Leo comes in from Leeds on the left hand side, Hume goes back to the right hand side, and you got Silt in the middle with Ballard, would Luke O'Nien not move to that holding midfield position? I don't know, but we all want more players in, don't we? But we'll see if Styles comes in. We'll see if Styles comes in. See what he's
meant to be a centre mid, isn't he? That style, so maybe he can be the defensive player. I'm saying we haven't got a defensive midfielder. He may turn into, I think, Tom said in the chat, he could play the defensive midfielder. He's more defensively minded than someone like Dan Neil. So I don't know that much about Styles. I've heard him. I've seen him play. But if he can be that role, then we might have found a defensive midfielder. You know what I mean? He might develop into that player. Who knows? I hope so. I hope he does.
Yeah, I think he's played left back and right back, so I think he's very versatile.
Also, thank you, Blakey in the Mackham, who's also put a comment in the chat. Bit of transfer business that I missed. Jewison Bennett has also gone out on loan to a club in Greece as well. Can someone remind me the club's name? I can't quite remember.
Don't leave me with nothing to talk about tonight, Jacob. Seriously.
Anyway,
I got 4 hours to fill.
It's a Greek team that aren't Panathinaikos or Olympiakos. That's all people need to know.
There we go. Right, so we're not going completely, by the way. Some of us are going to be signing off now, but Mike is going to be taking over the helm for the deadline day crack, leading up to the 11 o'clock deadline. So we're going to say a brief farewell now for some of us. Thank you to the over 300 people currently watching. So far, 57 likes. Is it 57 or Terry? You did an
169.
Update. Just done a refresh. 169 likes. Thank you to all who's hit the like button this evening, and also more importantly, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, do that as well. So I'm going to sign off now, and I'm assuming Jack and Terry are as well. But some of us, including Mike, will be back to talk more in depth about transfers leading up to the 11 o'clock deadline.
It's a triple substitution. That's what it is. It's a triple substitution.
Triple substitution. Right. Guys, keep the faith. Sunderland till we die. Watch this space. Don't go away.
Thank you, gents.
See you later.
Oh, I'm full screen. Only for a brief moment. First off, I want to introduce somebody I follow on Twitter and somebody who I watch the videos of, but I've never actually met. So it's a pleasure to meet him. It's Mr. Michael Bowers.
Hello, how are you doing?
Not so bad. And joining us, Michael, will be a guest of the show recently and Echo reporter James Copley.
Hi, guys.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Tired, but plodding on.
James's
Plodding
face
on.
was when we had the Ahmad stuff and it was never happening.
Oh,
Well, I don't like to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah, I did call that in a private chat me and Michael had around, must have been about 7 o'clock last night, wasn't it, Michael?
yeah.
No, you lying so-and-so. What are you on about?
I missed the first 10 minutes of Jacob talking because I'm like this trying to stare at this little video of the Man United bus, them getting off, to see if I could spot him, see if he was on the bus. Because I'm one of those
picture of Ahmad's shirt on the back and just kill all our dreams.
I'm one of those delusional fans that think we'll win every game 5-0 and we're going to, and Villa's on a plane right now landing in at the airport. So,
he's definitely not. I can assure you he's definitely not.
Stop crushing my dreams, James.
Apologies.
So, let's go to you one at a time. And let's get your initial thoughts. Obviously, it's not over yet, but the business that's happened in this transfer window, what do you think it's enough? Do you think they've done enough? Do you think they need to sign more? What's your opinions on it in general? Go to you first, Michael.
Oh, you've thrown us in the deep end, haven't you? Yeah, well, obviously subject to change in the next, what is it, like 3 hours and 50 odd minutes or whatever it is at the time of speaking. I actually agree with what Thane says, not what I want, but I think once we've got Styles, then I think that's pretty much it. I think if Styles is going to be a holding sort of midfielder, thanks very much for some of the comments. It's actually been quite nice. No, I would have liked a striker. I would have liked someone who's like focal point. But I think if Styles is going to prove to be this midfielder or central midfielder, I think for me that's arguably the more important position than getting a forward, because I think sometimes the control in the midfield over games will help us be even more solid defensively. But also, I think when you look at we have got 4 strikers on the books now. Hamir and Meander probably don't look anywhere near ready yet. But you look at someone like Rustian, who I'm personally quite a fan of. I would like to see him get a sustained run in the team and actually being given a proper chance before people start to judge him properly. But I think if you look at that, the goal we scored against Preston's a prime example where that's a striker's goal. And I know that's one game, but how often do we not put the ball in the box or drill it across the box? Even if you look at someone like Roberts, whose numbers aren't exactly great, I reckon if we started doing that more regularly, he'd get more assists. But to answer your question, sorry, whether we've done enough, well, if Styles is going to be a midfielder, then fair enough. But I think even with Styles, I still struggle to give the window anything more than at best a 5 out of 10. I think it's okay, but it's for me personally. I mean, unless James has got some inside scoops that I don't know about, then I think it's going to be. I think it's we're hoping so in a positive way. No one else will have James give us the stick that Jack Clark's being sold in the next 2 hours. But for me, I think it's a 5 out of 10. I'm struggling to give it any more than that, really.
Yeah. So we'll come to you in a second, James. What I do find odd is that nobody spoke about a goalkeeper, and I think it is something that we're missing, an experienced goalkeeper to be alongside Patterson, not as a replacement. But if something happens to him, touch wood, we've got Bass? So I just thought an experienced goalkeeper would have been on the cards, maybe an older one, but that nobody seems to be talking about at all. It's all about the central defensive midfielder and strikers. So, Mr. Copley, what's your take so far? And is this going to be a boring night for yourself?
Right, where do I start? My take so far, I think, let's just go down the list, shall we? I think...
Oh, God, this is going to be a long one.
I think Nectar Triantis to Hibs makes a lot of sense after we signed the lad from Leeds. He's obviously worked with the manager there before at Central Coast Mariners. I think it's called Nick Montgomery. So there's a link there. Hibs isn't too far away from Sunderland. Obviously, he's only 6 months into a new club in a new country, but it's still close enough where Sunderland can keep an eye on him. He's with somebody he and Sunderland trusts. So I think that'll be a really good experience for him. I really like that loan. He wasn't going to play much for Sunderland's first team. And I was saying on the Echoes podcast earlier today, what better way to get acclimatised with British football and football on this island than going up to Scotland, playing in the Scottish Premiership, which as a league I do actually rate. I think it's got some technical ability in that league. But it's fast, it's hard, it's fast paced, it's back to front. It's it's seriously physical as well. So I think that'll do him the world of good. I really like that move. In terms of the incomings, Mundell, happy with that. Tottenham fans seem to be, sort of lamenting the fact that they let him go. He rejected a 4-year contract at Tottenham to go to Standard Liège because he wanted to play. That hasn't quite worked out for him. So he's coming back to Britain with a bit of a point to prove. Sunderland's a good environment for players like that. Will he come in and contribute immediately? We're not sure. We'll have to see on that one. Could be a long-term replacement for Clark. Understand he can also play on the right as well. His highlight package looks quite good. And yeah, there seems to be a good deal of hype around that one. Where else are we at? Oh, outgoings again. Pritchard, yeah, it was always going to happen on deadline day, wasn't it? So it's just one of those where you just sort of had to grin and bear it if you wanted him to stay. I found his Instagram message afterwards nice. I found Christian Speakman's words after he left nice, and I hope that we can just sort of shelve that now and sort of get on with it. Because I think Alex Pritchard was a good servant to Sunderland. He helped the club get promoted. He teed up Ross Stewart's goal in the playoff final against Wycombe Wanderers. Yes, the way he exited the club was messy. Yes, he could have conducted himself better, but so I think could the club. So yeah, chalk that one down. Bennett going out on loan, obviously, day or so ago. I think that makes sense as well if he wants to play. Jack Clark looks like he's staying put, which is good news. Really good news, unless there's a late bid. Jan Villa, don't think that's going to happen. Ahmad's not going to happen, so you can chalk those two out. In terms of incomings, we're waiting on sort of Styles to be announced, hopefully. And then after that, I think we're all sort of struggling, scratching our heads because we haven't got that striker yet. Moore's now off the table because he signed for Ipswich Town. So barring a Pembele or Aushish surprise like we had last summer, I think everybody's sort of struggling to see where that sort of magic's going to come from in the transfer window. And are Sunderland going to be able to get what they need, which was a central midfielder and a striker? Well, they might have a central midfielder at Styles. We think that's sort of done-ish. It sounds like it is, sort of waiting for that to be announced. He can play left back as well, but the big question is that striker, and it doesn't seem like anything's close at the moment. Sunderland have 3 hours, just under 3 hours to get that sorted. So yeah, I'm struggling to see how it happens, to be honest. But the caveat to that is we just don't know what the club have up the sleeve, and they, by and large, are quite good at sort of keeping certain deals under wraps. I think one thing we do know though is that Sunderland weren't really targeting like a striker in the Rusin or the Hemia mold or the Mayenda role or the Burstow mold. They did want experience. So where that leaves them now, Moore's off the table. I'm honestly not sure, because I think for a lot of Sunderland fans, the impression they got, and it's the impression I got, that Moore was sort of the number one target and the only target, really. I'm sure they do have a list of names, but how gettable are those players? And it's one of those, like, I mean, Michael, like, if I said to you, which realistic striker can Sunderland sign now in the final hours of the deadline of the Kiefer Moore profile, like, who would you say? I think it's hard to pinpoint one.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? And the problem is because these strikers that we're talking about cost more money in wages, don't they? Even if it is a loan deal. I mean, I was someone who really did want Kiefer Moore. I think it's not just for the fact that he could get the goals. I think having something to hit in the box, I think, would actually be massive. I think it would get the better out of Clark. It would get the better out. Well, I would have said Pritchard, but that went well, didn't it? Roberts. I'll spare a thought for Thane, by the way, because when I used to do a show with him on his own channel, we used to make a joke that basically he loved Alex Pritchard and he was the one who was responsible for us signing him. So spare a thought for him. He'll be absolutely gutted that he's left. Sorry, Thane. You're right. So, like, I think the problem is that these sort of wages, I wanted Kiefer Moore anyway, and James, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be talking at my backside here, but I've seen reports that Ipswich were willing to pay 75% of Kiefer Moore's loan wages, rather. And there's been suggestions on what his wages are. If it turns out that his wages was something like 40 grand a week, which is the figure I've heard, but again, it's all I've heard, there's nothing concrete in it for me, then it means that, Ipswich are willing to pay 30 grand a week for a loan player. Now, for me, that's quite a lot. So I can understand
massively.
why Sunderland didn't pay that. I think if it was anywhere up to about 20 grand a week, I think Sunderland should have been able to match that and be able to pay that for a loan player. But again, like, you know, if you look at the way Ipswich and Hull, for example, who are two examples of people who feel like they're going for a promotion. Now, the problem is that, yes, they are, but nobody asks the question of what happens if they go for it and don't go up. What does that leave for those states in next season? And I'm not saying you don't spend anything, but, you know, sorry, go on, Mike.
No, it's fine. It's on that matter that I'm going to come in. It's like, because the club's apparently all about ambition, and they obviously can't say that they want to stay in this league, that they want to be promoted and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we are the 4th lowest spenders on wages in the league.
Yeah, I read that.
I find that insane. I mean, that's the numbers are public, like for last year and the year before, because it's a limited company. But I find that insane that we spend so little, and we're not willing to splash out for this one, this and the other. And I know we have done, because we brought Dak in, and apparently he's on 15,000.
There's no way he's on 15,000, in my opinion.
He shouldn't be. I agree with you 100%.
Honestly, I know we signed him on a free, but I honestly don't think, and I might be wrong, and if I am, somebody can get in touch with us that would know, perhaps, but I honestly don't think Bradley Dack's on £15,000 a week. I really don't.
I've looked through 2 sources, because I did a video on financials recently, and both seem to be on agreement that that's the level he's at. Hopefully I'm wrong, because I don't think we should be paying that for him. I think
with wages wages online, it's really hard to sort of judge. There's all these lists and stuff and on the internet, and it's very easy to get sucked into them, but it's not an exact science, is what I would say. And I think you got to treat these with a little bit of caution. Honestly, I would be stunned if he's on that much.
Yeah. Michael?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank goodness for that. I mean, I was someone who thought that Dak at the start of the season was actually all right, but then he's just once one injury's happened and another one, and he's staying out longer, then, yeah, unfortunately, it's one where he's just not going to be contributing that much unless he magically stays fit for the rest of the season. The thing for me is that I read the article that apparently we are the fourth lowest wage spenders in the division. Now, if that is indeed true, and James can correct me if I'm wrong here, but if that is indeed true, on the one hand, I think it deserves a lot of positives in the sense that we are right below the playoffs on a limited amount of wages. However, it also, on the other hand, should be able to say, well, shouldn't the scope be there to, within our means and within reason, stump up the wages a bit more? Because as much as I'm a big fan of the model, and James will tell you himself, he's probably sick of the amount of times I've said this on Twitter, I'm a fan of what we're doing, and I'm a big fan of the fact that we are not going around splashing money for the sake of splashing money. When you look at what that nearly led to last time, and I know obviously just because you did it like that last time doesn't mean it'll happen again, but we don't know that until you start splashing the wages. But at the end of the day, even I've said there does come a point where you need to start stumping up the wages a bit more, because I think we've generally done quite well on the pitch, but there does come a point where we want to start asking for more, because I know obviously you can get into the bit about club sizes and all that sort of stuff, but for me, ultimately down the line, Sunderland are more. The aim for Sunderland should be to re-establish ourselves in the Premier League. Is that going to be this season? Probably not, in my opinion. But I've got no. I mean, I think it's one that you should be able to balance the. We've come a long way in 2 years, because we have. I don't think anyone can argue that we have. But at the same time, but we want to be able to progress to more. So, but Speakman has done this before, where we think everything's just dead in the water, and then a surprise has sprung up very, very late in the window. So let's hope, fingers crossed, something like that happens again. I mean, we heard the rumours about this. Is it Marcus or Martin? Some Benson from Burnley. I can't remember what his first name is, but obviously that was. Yeah, I know. I didn't. It's Footy Insider, and to be all due respect to them, they're the same people that thought that Ross Stewart's move to Southampton was off about 5 times on deadline day, and it ended up proving to be a load of nonsense. So
Burnley have just signed somebody as well, haven't they? I missed who it was, but I've got a Sky Sports feed up here next to me as well. And Burnley have just signed somebody. I don't know if that frees somebody up to come out, but I'm not sure. That's one of the websites I found. James, I don't know what the credibility is on that is, but it's Capology that Conrad Tank mentioned there that said he's on 15k. That's one of the sites I found, and another one. So I don't know how credible they are, like I say. But either way, I do think as the club the size we are, the fan base, we've got the highest attendance in the league. We should be able to splash out a little bit
Don't say that,
on
people
some of
get
these
offended.
players.
I think it's obviously an on-running debate and an on-running theme, and I think
Will
with
Grigg again. Sorry.
with what has happened at Sunderland and what is happening at Sunderland over the years, obviously Kira Louis-Dreyfus has come in and he's invested heavily in the academy, and I think the academy is in a really, really good state at the moment. Everybody you speak to is full of praise. They've appointed an academy manager. They've managed by and large to keep hold of the majority of the youngsters that they wanted to. There's 2 or 3 that have slipped through the net. Toby Bell, Mason Kocher, obviously Josh Robertson might be going to Brighton. They're all sort of individual cases that you can discuss on their own merit, but the academy is in a fantastic state, and there's some brilliant young players there, and they've invested in that to maintain it. The other side of that is the things that fans can see, the things that fans interact with, the ticket office, the club shop, those sort of commercial things, that all seems to have been done by and large on the cheap. So that feeds into the narrative as well. Sunderland, when it comes to the playing staff and it comes to the football, they will spend money on fees, but it has to be the right profile, the right age. And I do sort of understand that, because as Michael mentioned, if you wanted to sign Kiefer Moore permanently, I know he's gone to Ipswich on loan, but if you wanted to sign him permanently, you would have been looking at a 2 or 3 year contract on humongous money. He's 31 anyway, and that probably wouldn't have been a deal in the best interests of the club. Now you have to balance that against that Sunderland do need an experienced striker, and then you have to throw in what is the aim for this season. I think that's what a lot of fans are struggling with. If it was a transition season, come out and say it. If you wanted to give a squad experience before going for another push next season or the season after, be honest with that. I think the comments about wanting to push beyond the playoffs by Christian Speakman at the start of the season, I think that's raised expectations. Sunderland fans rightly should have high expectations, because this is the longest period of time Sunderland has ever spent outside of the top division. So I understand fans want to get back to the Premier League. I would love the club to get back to the Premier League. You're right about the attendances as well. That all matters, and it's a significant indicator of where the club should be. So that I think there is a lot at play, but I think the narrative is multifaceted. In some areas of the club, things are really positive, really healthy, and really well funded. But in other areas, that doesn't come across, and I think that's a big problem for Sunderland that they need to fix. Because at the end of the day, as I mentioned, there's stuff that people interact with. The club shop, tickets, commercial, all of that sort of stuff is tough on fans, and it hasn't worked really. So there is that, and I think in regards to the wage bill as well, as Michael says, it is actually rather impressive what they've managed to achieve. And I am also a fan of the model in its basic sort of sense, but I am a pragmatist as well, and I do think that you do have to adjust and change things along the way, and that isn't necessarily an admission of failure. It's actually quite smart when you sort of realize what's worked and what hasn't, and sort of adjust slightly. Nobody's saying scrap it, because I think it's actually served us really well so far in terms of bringing the likes of Trey Hume, Patrick Roberts, Jack Clark to the club. All of those players, it has worked well. But in football, there does come a point where you do have to sort of up the pace, up the ante, up the parameters. And I guess the issue as well with Sunderland's playing squad is that a lot of these issues have been there for quite some time now. Certainly the striker, obviously, we've probably needed a holding midfielder for a long time as well. So there is that. Again, to caveat that, squad building does take a lot of time. But then again, when it comes to a striker, Sunderland have had a lot of time. So, yeah, for me, it's multifaceted. And I think on social media, we all fall into the pitfall of for or against the model, or for or against Christian Speakman. And I think it's somewhere in the middle usually. And I think a nuanced, balanced approach is the way to go.
Do you think I like the model, because we wouldn't have had the likes of Jack Clark and stuff like that. And when he first came in, he didn't look as impressive as he does now. And I'm all for the club making money. And it means when we do go up, we'll be a sustainable club and we'll stay up there, not yo-yo. Yeah. But do you think to be successful like at the Premier League level and getting straight up into the Premier League, do you think clubs have to look at players where they're going to make a loss? Because if you look at teams like United and the top teams, it's rare they sell a player on for a profit. They usually pay a lot of money, play him for a year or two, and then they're making a loss every time. Do you think it's geared too much towards the money side of things in the business rather than the results?
Possibly, potentially. I think when you're in the position of Sunderland are at the moment, it's a very attractive proposition for a young player or a player who needs experience. You play in front of a big crowd. There are expectations and demands. Obviously, we would all like Sunderland to be the club that players would like to join as their sort of final career move. They just thought the dream destination for players. Hopefully, that'll happen in our lifetime, but we're not there yet. So at the moment, I think we're seen as a very, very good springboard to becoming a top player. Obviously, we haven't seen too much evidence of that happening yet, but the players we've got at the club would suggest that, a lot of them might go on to bigger and better things before Sunderland get there potentially, and they might be sold to help Sunderland along the way. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think developing players and selling them on, it's a good income stream. I've heard it suggested, and it's a valid argument to a degree that, why should we care that we're selling players on for a profit because we'll never see any of the money? No, we won't. But it means that the club can reinvest in the playing staff again. It means they can reinvest in the academy. It means the club's in a healthy position. It means we're not throwing money up the wall like we did in the Ellis Short era. It means that there's actually a method to the madness as well. We're not just sort of signing away money every month. We're trying to be run, sustainably and sort of on an even sort of footing. And that matters to me as a fan that's, lived through the Ellis Short era and the Stuart Donald era. Being sustainable and sort of making the most of what we have, it is important. However, again, I'll caveat that with, Sunderland should have lofty ambitions. It's a huge, massive football club, and these fans deserve some success and they deserve that promotion. They deserve the days out at Wembley. And sometimes in football, you do have to speculate to accumulate. Yeah, I've sort of muddled my way through that, but I think it's just such a multifaceted debate for me. I see a lot of sides, and I see a lot of right, and I see a lot of wrong.
It restored my faith a bit, the fact that we've rejected the offers for Clark and they've said that they want to keep him if they go to the Premier League. That's kind of restored my faith a bit in KLD and that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the key criticisms I see. Because of everything that's bundled in with the commercial side and selling Ross Stewart in the summer, is that the club are just looking to make a quick buck and they'll sell anybody for anything. That's not the case, because they knocked back bids for Jack Clark in the summer. They've knocked back bids, 2 bids from Lazio this summer. They have paid fees to get players in. Could they pay more in wages, perhaps, relative to the position in the league and the fans they get through the door? Probably. But yeah, it is such a tough debate to have. And I do sympathise with supporters that want more, because I think we all want more. But yeah, I mean, keeping hold of Jack Clark is massively positive for the football club.
Yeah. Just before we come to you, Michael, because I know you had your hand up. We've got 323 people watching, which is absolutely amazing. Make sure you're hitting like and you're subscribed to the channel. We have got people down at the academy and potentially at the Stadium Light as well. If you're fans and you're heading down there, make sure you seek them out and they'll do a little interview with you and get your opinion on that. So you can, I can't ignore your comments if you're in person. So crack on, get down there. Michael,
first of all, are we going to be hearing any parent store content in the next few hours?
More than likely.
I was rewatching that clip the other day from 2 years ago, and I was watching it going, Philly, you effing nutcase! But my God, it was good to watch. It was so good.
It was good. I've seen, as frustrations have rose on Twitter, I've seen people asking, people I don't even follow, asking, "Where's Wee Philly? We need a miracle."
That was great. Yeah, to sort of bounce off what James was saying, I think that ultimately we all want to get back to the Premier League. That's the level that for me, there's deserving to be at a level or naturally belonging at a level. And for me, there's a difference between the two. For me, naturally, Sunderland's level is the Premier League. If you look at the infrastructure, the crowds we get, the long, you can say we've been up and down in the recent history and all that. But in generally, Sunderland's standards should be to be sustainable in the Premier League. And I don't think there's anything arrogant in saying that. But for me, I think the problem is that some clubs in the past have tried to splash their way to get the Premier League. Just few recent examples, I think was Reading, I think might have been one of them, Derby, Sheffield Wednesday. And if you look where all three of them are now, two of them are in League One, one potentially going down to League Two, and the other one is in the bottom end of the Championship and could very well drop into League One again next season. Now, obviously, again, it's strategic spending is what we need to be doing, and I think I've got no problem with that. The idea, and I want to build off what James was saying about the idea that, well, why should I care what we get for players? You know, we're not going to see any of that money. No, we're not. But at the end of the day, how do we get to the level we want to get to and be sustainable while also being an attractive proposition without doing it this way?
Well, exactly. And Michael, I do just to add to that very quickly. It's a sign of a football club that has got a lot of good players who are highly valued. When you've got the likes of Lazio coming in with bids, when you've got top flight clubs coming in with bids. Obviously, nobody wants to sell players, but the more interest in your players, the better. How much interest was there in Sunderland players when they got relegated from the Premier League and then from the from the Championship to League One? There weren't people sniffing around with 10, 15 million pound bids. I think it's actually an indicator that the club's in fairly decent health in some ways. Obviously, it's not perfect. Obviously, there are little annoyances here and there, well, massive annoyances in some regard. But by and large, I think the model for me has worked up until this point. It does need tweaks, yes, but anyway, continue, Michael. Sorry.
Yeah, but obviously, there is a balance to that. Like at the end of the day, I think the way for me to look at it is with Christian Speakman and Stuart Harvey. The reason I defend them so much is, and I get quite tired when people say this. Yes, we don't want to use the fact we were in League One as a barometer for where Sunderland's ambition should be, but the facts speak for itself. We were in League One when they came in. Look at the squad we had. I think it was we played Wigan in the opening. I think it was Wigan at home in the lockdown season. When Christian Speakman and Stuart Harvey, both of them together, were at the club. And if you compare the team we had then, which was can't exactly great, wouldn't exactly call it great, would you? Then look at what we've got now. I'm just trying to get the lineup just for a bit of context. Look, but it is a valid point. I mean, I'll just quickly run it off before, because I know James got to go in a minute. But the team we had that day against Wigan: Lee Burge, Conor McGottland, Bailey Wright, Tom Flanagan, Denver Hume, Josh Scowen, Grant Ledbetter, Max Power, Aidan McGeady, Will Grigg, Chris Maguire. Now, if you look at that side then compared to what we have now, yes, we're not at the complete journey yet where we want to and should be. But for me, it doesn't mean you can't acknowledge that we have got to a certain point. Why can we not do both as a fan base? Why has it got to be one or the other? I don't understand that personally. But at the end of the day, we have come a long way. But again, we have got the model is really good. But where I am going to criticize it is we've done well to get to here. Now we want to get to here, and to get to that point, just tweak it a little bit. A couple of little tweaks so far.
I do think, just a final point, that some of the criticism of Christian Speakman does come from his, missteps and his track record. I think you can have a balanced holistic
point out.
A balanced holistic view that, like, last summer's transfer window hasn't really paid off yet, has it? Like, let's face it, only Job's really played a great deal. Obviously, Burston and Rooson have just about started to contribute in terms of goals, but by and large, last summer's transfer window you wouldn't deem it as a success just yet. But I think his record is fairly decent. Well, actually, more than fairly decent. I think that's doing him a disservice. It's been really good since he took over, apart from that last summer. But I think a lot of people's problem with Christian Speakman comes because of his delivery. And I'll be honest with you, barring, saying Leon Diakny was a striker when he wasn't, because he was under pressure and trying to dig himself out of a little bit of a hole, I don't really care, like, how he talks. I just don't. I really, really don't care. Like, some of it is middle management speak, and that's fine, because, at the end of the day, he's a professional person, and if that's the way he chooses to word things, I'm okay with it. And it's you can't have your cake and eat it. You want the club to communicate, but then you shout at the club for not communicating how they would like you to. I don't really understand it. Do I read everything he says and sometimes think, well, he could have said that in a different way? Yes, but does it really affect my sort of view and my ability to judge his signings on a sort of even keel with a level head? No, not really. I just think that aspect is a little bit distasteful at times, in my opinion. And similar really to the Michael Beale thing, where it's, shall we not just judge his tenure as a manager And yes, we'll judge what he says and his messaging, but like, let's not have personal digs at the bloke. Let's just judge what happens on the pitch, and let's just judge his decisions. I think we need to do that with Christian Speakman as well, because some of the stuff, and yes, he's there to be shot at, but some of the stuff regarding the words he says, I find it tedious. I really do.
Yeah.
And I'm probably a bit grumpy because I've been at work since 6 a.m. this morning, so I apologize.
Well, if being grumpy speaking facts, then, well, who knows?
If you need to jump off, just let us know. We're going to go. We've got Ems at the actual stadium, not at the academy, so we're just going to go to her.
I'll jump off now. It's been a pleasure. I hope we get a striker.
Thanks for coming on, James. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
See you, James.
Evening, lads.
How are you?
Hello. Right,
Are the lights on or the lights off?
We are in basic blackness. There's not a car in the car park. So if anything's going to happen tonight, then it is going to happen at the AOL, because there's just, as we can see, I woke up to here. There's just, as you can see, it's just all in darkness.
Is there a parent gate you can get through? No.
Well, there's a parent gate, so do you think I should have a little wander through? Yeah, well, I'm going to through the parent gate, shall we? But no, there's just
walk through it. There you go. There's the parent gate.
Walk straight through the parent gate. But as you can see, there's just now going on.
Nothing going on.
So I'll check back in with you in a bit then, lads.
Yeah, well, if you get too lonely, then just join the lads.
I've got a new signing! I've seen a signing! We've got a breaking signing! It's Wayne!
Hey! You're not supposed to be there.
There he is. Legends.
Hello.
You're at the wrong place.
Just like you part there.
Right, we'll catch us in a bit, lads.
Right, no worries.
They're off their heads.
Yeah, they're doing. I think they're doing a little equipment exchange, and then they're heading up to the academy. But I mean, we didn't really expect anything on at the stadium. It's very rare they'll do something at the stadium. It's a bit too public. They kind of think they've got a bit of privacy at the academy, don't they? So do you think we are actually going to get anyone? Do you think Speakman will pull a rabbit out of his hat? There's lots of rumours on like Matete going out that I'm seeing right now.
I've just seen it myself.
Yeah, so what's your thoughts on that? Do you think we're going to pull something out here? Or do you think everyone's going to freeze outside the academy?
Rather than me, I don't have the balls to do that. Yeah, well, obviously, look, Callum Styles is probably going to be in, and I would imagine we're going to class him as the midfielder. Should we get Harry Styles in? Should we see if he can do a job up front for 6 months? You know, come on.
Yeah.
Get yourself up, cause a bit of bother. You got to laugh at this point, haven't you? Personally, for me, no. I think it'll be Styles, and then that will be it. For me, it is a difficult one. I mean, look, January obviously is a particularly difficult window. I think, but if you look at, I mean, someone made a point in the chat, and I think it's Chris Johnson. I actually agree with it, and he says, "Bar Hull, nobody around us has done much, and they are, well, let's just say they're screwed when they don't go up." And in my opinion,
after the watershed.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm just trying to be nice and diplomatic. But you know what? At the end of the day, and he's another made a good point. We've kept all our best players. Borough ain't. That's a thing. Like, you know, Borough for me are weaker than what they were at the start of the window. Whereas, okay, it's not a high bar, is it really? But you know, we haven't lost anyone. Not that we wanted to lose anyway. I mean, yes, you can argue Pritchard. I'll just very quickly touch on the Pritchard thing. I think that Pritchard, it's good for him that he's got extra security. And look, it's a difficult one because obviously a lot of fans feel different ways. For me personally, I think the club are just as much at fault as Pritchard, because I think a lot of it depends on if Pritchard wanted to stay. If he did, then this is where I will criticise Christian Speakman. I think that he handled the situation atrociously. I think that he could have offered him a deal much sooner if he wanted to stay, and not just, you know, like league. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, the wages he was on would have been his League One wages, wouldn't it? Because he signed a 2-year deal in July 2021 with a 2-year deal with a club option of another year. So unless that extension includes an increase in wages, which I suspect it probably didn't, then for me, it's an insult to Pritchard to me to just offer him his current wages again. Having said that, Pritchard essentially refusing to play, and the fact that him and his agent haven't come out and denied those claims must have suggested that something must be true in that. For me, that's also a disgrace from Pritchard. I think fans have every right to be not particularly pleased with that. But with the exception of Pritchard, have we lost anybody? Now, obviously, you can argue that you could argue with the likes of Pritchard that obviously him going, it means there's another experienced head that we don't have. So that there was an argument for that. But yeah, I think it's going to be Styles, and then pretty much that's it. I mean, look, obviously Manuel Benson was reported beforehand, but I'd love him, don't get me wrong, but I'd be very, very surprised if we ended up getting him. I mean, the problem is, well, Burnley might say, okay, can you contribute 50% of the wages? Can we contribute 2% instead? That'd be what we'll end up doing. And again, don't get me wrong, I like the fact that we don't go around and splash money for the sake of it, but at some point, we do need to raise it up a little bit. I mean, again, even with it, but the other argument is Hull, and I keep saying, I go back to it again. What happens if Hull don't get promoted when they've got, Cavallo? There was another player from Burnley that we're going for, and I've completely forgotten his name because I'm awful with names. But they've got a few loan players. They'll lose them. Then what happens if, say, Ipswich don't get promoted? They've spent a lot of money on Kiefer Moore. They can't be far off financial fair play with what's going on with them. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what. For me, it's going to be Styles mainly, and then not much else. Do you think there's anything that's going to happen other than Callum Styles?
I like I say, I said at the start that I'm one of these eternal faith. You know, I'm hoping because we did see it the last set of transfers that came in. There was 2 or 3 came in. That was there was not even rumours around it. You know, it was just a case of last minute. Oh, we've signed this, that, and the other. It's like whoa, you know, and that came out of nowhere, and it was all very last minute. So the club's got it in them. It's whether they think we need to. I mean, Sano Speakman made that statement recently saying that he could put in faith in the strikers. Part of me wants to get, like I say, a keeper and a defensive midfielder more than a striker, because I do believe if we get an experienced striker, the development of them 4 that we've got is going to go downhill because they're not going to get the game time that they would otherwise. Yeah. So, yeah, putting the faith... I fundamentally think if you put money aside and spending aside and the current manager aside, I think the actual structure of the club, we're never going to attract managers and decent players with the structure, I think, the way it is. I think we need a manager, not a head coach. A manager needs to build his own team, and know his own team and build his own team and sign players. I don't like the way it's structured. I like some of the players we're getting in, but I don't like the way it's structured. When we got rid of Mowbray, I said, who are we going to attract in a role where they've got to pretty much say yes to anyone who comes in? You know? Yeah,
I do get that point, but I do think that at the end of the day, the head coach route is where a lot of clubs are going to go down these days. I think if you look at, again, Brighton, Brentford, 2 examples, I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong on this, so someone in the comments correct me if I am wrong, but I'm pretty sure the likes of Arteta at Arsenal's a head coach. There's a lot of people at different clubs that are head coaches these days. You know, like for example, when Alex Neil left to go to Stoke, those are one of the more rarer sort of titles of being a manager. I do get what you're saying. I used to be like that. I used to want a manager straightforward. I don't mind the system that we've got because but obviously I agree, it does require a lot of people to be on the same page. But I do like the fact that if you keep the system we've got, it doesn't rely on just changing managers all the time. But because the problem is, when we used to change managers, it used to change a manager from who had one way of playing and then go to another one who had a different way of playing. Now, to be fair, you could argue that's on the club for not, identifying another manager that has the same style and same way of playing. But at the end of the day, I mean, Michael Beale so far, his way of playing has been completely different from Tony Mowbray's.
But if you've got to the stage where you're getting rid of a manager and you need a new one, surely you want to change the style of play. If that's the stage he's got to.
Yeah, you do. But what happens? Okay, I'm trying to think of an example here as to try and back my point up a little bit. Well, okay, I suppose you got to argue this in right. When Dick Advocaat got let's say he got sacked, he left, didn't he? When Dick Advocaat left Sunderland, right? This was many years ago. It was in the Premier League. I appreciate it. But when Dick Advocaat left Sunderland, his style was not the same as what Allardyce's was. And Allardyce came in and had to get these players to adapt to his style. And to be honest, Allardyce's tenure up until that January window wasn't that great. But it was probably because a lot of the players we had were signed, like say Jermaine Lens is a good example, was signed with Dick Advocaat's way of playing in mind. And he barely got a sniff under Allardyce. So Allardyce then had to use the January window, which then saved us. So again, it's all about having a contingency plan. And I do like what we're doing. But I do appreciate the argument that, You want to be able to have someone who's in charge of their own team. At the end of the day, for me as well, coaches that come in know what they're getting into. And while I think obviously there's arguments for how much power Speakman's got, which I wouldn't, but to be honest, I think maybe we could do with relinquishing a bit of that power. You need to have people with sometimes different ideas. But in general, I think for me, when you look at the signings that we've made in particular, I think there's been more successes than failures. Not every signing's worked. Of course it hasn't, but that's the case at every club. For me, I think, look, don't get me wrong. Speakman obviously, there's been rumours Speakman calls the shots in terms of selecting the teams. If that's true, then yeah, I think that needs to be addressed. You've got to let the same type of person, you've got to let the head coach do the head coaching because, at the end of the day, yes, Speakman's bottom director, but they employ head coaches for a reason to coach the teams. So for me, I think when you look at this window, yes, I would have liked a striker, don't get me wrong. And I do think it's it's very disappointing that we haven't got one. But at the same time, I do have faith in the likes of Rusian because I've kept on saying it repeatedly. I like Rusian a lot when I watch him play. I think even when he's not scoring, he's heavily involved in the play. And I think constantly dropping him, then playing Burstow, then straight without a striker, then dropping back, boosting back in, then dropping him back out again. How are you going to get any consistency? Now, for me, defensive midfield, I think, is massive because, as you know, as Mike probably knows by now, and everyone's probably sick of me going on about it, I think clean sheets are hugely important and I think are criminally underrated in football because I think that the foundation gets built from the back and being able to be solid. But a defensive midfielder and with a bit of bite, and let's say Callum Styles is a midfielder and has a bit of bite about him. For me, then, if you then have, say, Styles and, I don't know, Neil, because I think Neil's quite solid in that position, that means then that you've got someone like Ekwa who's probably a bit better pushing forward. And who's someone who can actually shoot outside the box as well. Because we have so many players that can't shoot outside the box for Toffee. But like Ekwa is someone who's probably could enable Ekwa to be more effective going forward because Neil and Ekwa have pretty much had to do the job in front of the back four instantly. So for me, defensive midfield is more important for me than a striker. And as a result, if you've then got, say, Neil and Styles sitting in, or one of them sitting in, it then means other players can join the attack more. Then it means that, you could get players to get the ball into the box more. And this is where it's particularly on Beale or before him Mowbray, where try and get the wingers and the wide forwards to get the ball in the bloody box, get the ball in the box where I think you've then got people because I don't know Offlin here, but the point is, I think there is something about the head coach system that people can debate all they want. Me personally, I like a lot of what we've done, but it doesn't mean there isn't room for manoeuvre because you should be able to be room to a bit of flexibility, I think, and I think. A little bit of experience will help these younger lads develop properly. And I'm someone who hates it when people say we need more experience because it's something I've grown quite tired of, to be honest. But I think in this case, in somewhere like central midfield, I think that's an exception to that for me. I definitely think we need someone who's got a bit of experience. It doesn't have to be someone who's, 29, 30 years old. It could be someone who's 23, 24 who's got a handful of games because then they've had a number of games at a particular level of football. So I don't know. I'm keen to see what ends up happening, but my gut instinct is that, aside from Styles, we won't be too busy.
Yeah. Diane Leake said there's activity at the AOL. We do have a team on their way, hightailing it that way at the moment. We expect them to be there by 9, so hopefully they'll get to see something there. Sunderland's Brighton, I think, has just confirmed, Brighton Hove Albion has just confirmed that they've signed Josh Robertson from Sunderland, under-21s. He scored in the FA Youth Cup and in the under-18s Premier League. He's had 5 goals in 10 games. So quite a young talent to lose out on there. I don't know if you know anything about him, Michael, but he's
honest.
Yeah, he's gone. I think the only one we watched from that is Rig, I suppose. We don't want Rig to go anywhere, that's a cert. Where does Mundell play, SJ says? Opposite side to Clark. I'm not sure what side Mundell's on.
I think I heard he's a left winger who can play on the right, but I could be wrong with that.
That's something a lot of our wingers do, but we don't seem to take advantage of. It's not. No. I'm a bit old school when I manage like Sunday league teams, and I'm a bit old school where if he's in the pocket of the defender, swap him sides for 30 minutes and just mix it up. But we don't seem to do that much, which I'd like to see happen.
Well, is this something that we've said before, where you can put Clark on the right and try and confuse opposition a bit more?
Definitely. Yeah.
The problem is the way we play as well. It doesn't have to be rigid though, does it? You could have Roberts, say Mundle comes straight in, you could have Rundle interacting with Roberts when he's fit, or interlinking or switching up with Clark. Confuse the opposition a bit, because a lot of the opposition tends to just do the let's just gang up on Jack Clark and stop him. Whereas if we try to mix things up tactically a bit, it'll end up causing a bit of bother. And again, that again will help the strikers get more and more service, because I know the point that we've only had 2 strikers score goals, but apart from Burstow, who's really had a consistent run in the team? Who's had a consistent run?
Yeah, which it annoys me, because I thought, I mean, they all have good games and bad games, but when we first saw, well, not first saw, but when we saw Mayenda come on recently, he had a really strong game when he came on. And I think he needs a run. He looks like a strong presence up front, and I think, and again, I'd love to see some of these guys in a strike partnership. I think Rusin's superb, but I think he needs somebody where Hemir with Rusin would work wonders for me, because we can find him. We can find Amir Samido with the crosses, and Rusin runs off them, but we don't seem to want to risk 2 up front tactically. So this seems to be the problem at the moment. But we talked about the model before, and I don't want to keep flogging a dead horse with you, but I'd like to get your opinion while I can pick your brains. Do you think that's what lost out on Will Still and the other targets we were going for before Beale? Do you think it's the model of you can't bring your staff in, you can't bring your players in? Do you think that lost us the likes of Will Still?
Possibly. I mean, there's been suggestions that the staff thing was what. Well, I've heard conflicting reports. I've seen reports saying that the reason we didn't get Will Still is because he wanted to bring his own staff in, and we wanted to keep the likes of Dodds. I've seen another one saying that we wouldn't pay the compensation package, which I believe, if I'm right, was about 6 million, something like that, 6 million quid. Which, to be fair, that's a lot for a head coach. That is a lot for a head coach. My suspicion is that we would, and I wouldn't be surprised if this happens. Beale, in some ways I hope I'm wrong, because it means Beale's a success. But I wouldn't be surprised if we just gave Beale the contract we gave him to placate him, and then went for Still again in the summer. That's just what I think. But if we're going to do that, then why not have just given it to Dodds for 6 months? I know people make the argument that, well, we rate him as a coach, but why can't you give him a head coach role for 6 months and just say, take us to the end of the season, and then he can go back to being on the main coaching staff again?
Especially considering he got a couple of results in that interim as well, So I expected them, once we saw that things were falling through with multiple targets, that's what I expected them to come back with. I'd never, in a month of Sundays, expected Beale. And my father-in-law's a Rangers fan. So you can imagine the phone call I got, he's going to destroy your club. He's going to sign all these players. I mean, that's where the model comes in handy. He can't sign all these players and the flops because it's not him doing it. So that's good.
Exactly. Yeah. I think for me, like I said, I think the idea that Beale was the cheap option, he was a cheaper option than the likes of Will Still. But again, I just think why then appoint Beale if you're going to have to sack him again? Surely the cheaper option would have been giving it to Dodds. That's the question for where's the lad Yates Blackpool. He's at Swansea. Yeah, Chris has just said it himself. Yeah, he's at Swansea. He's someone I think weren't we linked with her? Hang on, isn't he not available for a loan deal, Jerry Yates? Or have I got that wrong? Sure, I read somewhere that he's available. See, this one, I mean, somewhere like that. If Swansea had been open to a loan deal to try it out at first, then that could have been something we could have gone for. But
do you not think this is where we could be picking down a list? I mean, we have all seen the list that was written in the room during Sunderland Till I Die, and there were some unrealistic targets on that list. I don't know if that still exists. Is
that the one where Ibrahimovic was at the bottom of it?
Yeah.
Have you got some money from somewhere? This is what I mean, right? Look, we can jibe whatever we want about Speakman and everything, but let's be honest. If you look at when we had Martin Bain that season, and by the way, I'm someone who thought Martin Bain was stitched up by Ellis Shaw considerably, even though he got a big hefty pay packet, didn't he? But when you look at some of the quotes that came out of Bain, you just go, I like to set an example, lots of cups of teas on a match day,
it was a character. That was
absolutely. I wonder who was more of a character, Martin Bain or Charlie Methvin. That would have been interesting to get them two in a room together.
I think the ones we got now are a bit camera shy. I don't think we'll get a full season. If even this new season that's coming out, I don't think we're going to see much behind the scenes. of it. I think it's going to be more focused on the game. Mad Mackham's Transport and Adventure Hub. That's a mouthful. I won't be reading your name out more than once, but what's going on with Callum Styles? Was he ever here?
We're going for Harry instead.
We're going for Harry instead. Yeah, there we go. But somebody said before he only plays one direction, so it's no good. Terrible bants. Terrible bants.
Billy will tell you. Billy will tell me, yeah, I used to be awful at those type of jokes. Like, come on.
I'll read them. I won't come up with them, but I'll read them.
Nobody wants what I say.
Yeah. Adam's asked, are the lights off at the AOL yet? We don't know. We have got a team who should be online any moment. He's just like sorting the equipment, so we'll let you know. We're literally minutes away from updating you what's going on at the AOL.
The big question is: parent store secure? That's the big one.
Is what? Is the parent store secure?
Is the parent store secure, or is it Wee Philly proof?
I don't know. If it's Wee Philly proof, we'll get Conrad to throw Wayne through it. There you go.
Oh, Wayne. What a boy.
Real JBA said Mundell looks to be a great signing. But I mean, I've thought the same about when we got the signings, when like Pembele and all that came in. I followed like up on like reading, obviously, like you do. Look at the YouTube highlight reels that could make Will Grigg look amazing. But I followed up on the stats and stuff like that, and they all look like decent kids and really good prospects. So it's just how they settle into the stage that is Sunderland. I'm just waiting for some news. Yeah, we're all waiting for news. This is the problem. This is a very thumb-twiddling transfer window. And there's 321 of you that have the ultimate patience because you're willing to sit here listening to the two Michaels rabbit on and rabble and try and fill as much time as we can till Wayne comes and rescues us.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Shout out for Eddie Bamber in the chat. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but he did an impression video of Michael Beale, which was absolutely hilarious. Eddie Bamber. What was it? Because he was cheap, like Lee Johnson before him. I can see him dazzling them with PowerPoint rubbish in his interview. That's the thing. Michael Beale talked himself into the job. Honestly, if you haven't watched it, go and watch Eddie Bamber's impressions video of Michael Beale. I was decked, absolutely decked watching it.
I'll definitely check that out. If I've got any energy left at 11 o'clock, I'll go and see it straight away.
If you don't like Michael Beale, you'll find it hilarious.
Yeah, I'm loving these random names thrown out, and the words "one last dance" have been used so many times. Right, so let's see if there's any lights on, and let's go live to the AOL with our correspondent in the field, Wayne Doran. Wayne, what's happening?
Hello, can you hear me, Larry?
No, not at all.
I can barely hear you.
Shout.
Can I shout?
You literally can't. You need to. The mic's not working.
Great, mate.
Technical difficulties. Sound.
We'll come back to you. Give us a wave. Technical geniuses here at Sunderland SAFC Fan TV.
Where's Philly when you need him?
Well, this is it. He's a very much an active part of the channel. Everybody that's been asking about Philly, he's still involved in the channel, but he's just got a lot of stuff on himself at the moment. But he will be back hopefully in the next season on the channel again. So,
seen Colin's comment. Michael Wee Philly's hiding in the bush. When you say it like that. He's like, you can't see him. Go parent store.
Yeah, full cam cream. He's gone. He's gone all Wayne, the main man. That comment's a bit early there, John, when he's technically failed with the mic.
Oh my god!
So we're still waiting for that update.
Mind if I ask you? Do you know a funny thing, right? Can you imagine if the Academy of Light staff increased security considerably since Wee Philly did the Jermaine Defoe thing?
That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me. Somebody said, "Oh, that can't happen again."
You imagine it's like a briefing going on, like, right, guys, you see that nutcase, wee Philly, right? Yeah, he came along and just basically ruined our exclusive about Jermaine Defoe and actually got him on SAFC Fan TV. So do not let this guy anywhere near the vicinity. What they didn't count on was more people being there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'd like your take on this while we've got a bit of time to fill. You've obviously got your YouTube channel, which is great. I'm subscribed to that one.
Thank you very much.
We was talking about the minutes recently on Fan TV, and one of the things that came up is obviously these minutes of like these meetings happen regular with the Red and White Army, but we were saying that YouTubers and this kind of platform is more honest feedback from the fans, and that maybe some of the larger streamers, like you've got Gilesy and people like that, and got some really big channels, that they should have a say on things like this. And what do you think about that? If we could get like a voice in to get feedback to the club, do you think we should be listened to more in this platform?
Possibly. I mean, look, certainly maybe not for people like myself, because I'm not one of the bigger YouTubers by any stretch of the imagination. I think there's already about at least 3 or 4. Well,
right.
Touch wood. That's the goal. Great, I've got the 5,000 subscribers, by the way. Thanks for everyone who did that. But and obviously subscribe to this channel and because I've done it myself. So but right, yeah, I think there is an argument for that. I think certainly for channels like maybe this one, what's his name, Jalsy and Steve, Mad Mistake, Jamsani, stuff like that. They have bigger audiences than what I've got, and I think that. I mean, at the end of the day, look, as YouTubers, we've got yourself as well, myself, Fans React, whoever else, we've all got the capacity for the big audiences watching the videos. And I think at the end of the day, I mean, one thing that I think the club has done, and this is where when I specifically say I like what we've done on the pitch, despite some frustrations, when it looks like off the pitch stuff, and I don't know what you think of this, but for me, off the pitch stuff, I think we all ran. The minutes put it themselves brilliantly. Ran in a way that would make a League Two club blush, and I wouldn't be surprised. It would forget League Two. It would make Hartlepool, South Shields, or Gateshead blush. It would make them blush. And this is with all due respect to those clubs, because the lower League North East clubs you want to see do well. But with all due respect, we're not them. We're Sunderland. And for me, I think a lot of the fans have been neglected for far too long. If I'm honest, like. Even something as simple as people can say, oh, it's just people moaning at the ticket office. It's a pretty big thing. Like, the ticket office, I mean, I don't know if you guys have had any personal issues yourself or anyone in the chat, but from what I heard, there's a lot of people that have struggled really badly to get hold of anyone in the ticket office. And that's not the staff's fault, by the way, because they're just doing the remit that's been set of them. And I feel for them because a lot of them will be having to do the work of 10 people. Chris Walters, prime example. And we're very lucky to have him, in my opinion, actually. He's one of the few shining lights off the pitch at the club. But in terms of the minutes themselves, I mean, do you know the quote that stood out to me was when a couple of the people who were heading up the minutes said something like, we rang about 30 EFL clubs to try and contact their customer service section, and there was only one club out of all of them who didn't answer, and guess who that was?
Yeah, this is it. I saw that the okay.
Were you trying to get wee Philly again?
No, he put himself in and put his name as do not add, but then added himself. Made no sense.
It's a type of mistake I would do. Mate, if it's any consolation, I'd be hopeless at that. So you're doing better than I ever would.
Yeah, but, well, Sky Sports has technical faults at this time. So Burnley's just made 2 more signings. Well, has made 2 signings tonight, as far as what I'm seeing flash up on Sky Sports. But I'm reading on Twitter as well that Michael Benson to Middlesbrough is a no. They explored the deal last night, but it didn't work, and we aren't expecting him to sign. And they aren't expecting him to sign tonight. So I don't know if that puts him back on our radar, if Benson's on our radar because of this. And the fact that Burnley have got players in, that might make them more willing to put somebody out on loan like that.
Maybe. Well, there's the hope anyway.
John Nesbitt says, Michael, we need more ambitious owners. It's as simple as that.
You mind if I add on to that?
course, it's addressed to you.
Well, true. Right, okay. This is the reason when I say owners, I don't include Speakman in that conversation. I think Speakman and Harvey, in my own personal opinion, have done really well in general, even though there are things they could have done better and should be criticised for, with a budget that's been set. In particular, with regards to KLD and Juan Sartori, because I keep forgetting he's still bloody there. I actually agree. I've not been impressed with. I think for me, KLD's still got quite some way to make up ground for because of the fact that because of the off the pitch stuff. And let's be honest, like we all know what we're talking about. The Newcastle stuff was an absolute debacle and a travesty. Hey, Wayne's back.
Here we are.
Got the sound working this time.
Hello, is this any better?
Yes, we can hear you, Wayne. What is going on?
So, there's not really much going on, but there's quite a lot of lights on, as you can see behind. There's a lot of cars in the car park, so we're hoping that there might be some activity later on. But at this moment in time, there's a couple of cars being going in and out of the stadium. But we'll probably walk down there in a minute and see if we can see a bit more action. But there's quite a lot of activity, which might be a positive sign.
I'm gonna say, yeah. How far away are you away from there? Can you get to the car park and stop them on the way out?
We'll certainly try. We're about 150 yards away from the gate, so we've just stopped at the moment to do this little bit at the moment. We're going to have a look and see what lights are on. So the positive sign is there is some kind of activity. So we'll have a walk down there in about 2 or 3 minutes and see what we can see.
Yeah, keep an eye out.
I applaud you.
Keep an eye out for that red light that they have on when they take the photos. That's the key.
Oh, will do. Right, we'll see you in a bit.
Right, thanks, Wayne.
See you in a bit, dude.
There we go. So we have got people at the academy. There is lights on. There is activity. We could still see something by the end of the evening. So and United won 2-0, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, well, ever since United crashed my dreams with Ahmad, I'm not interested in them.
Winning 2-0. It's still going on, isn't it?
Also, what did them the kickoff was like 7:30 or something?
Yeah, I think so. I thought it was 1:45. Anyway, regardless, they've like you say. Do you find that really an odd situation? Because now they're saying that he's going to be in the starting lineup for them, like next week, but I can't see it. And as a player, there was so many rumors going around and saying he was handing in a request. I've never seen so many rumors, and obviously people are going to type whatever they feel like. But he himself liked one that was in our favour. Then he himself liked one that was against signing. It's such an odd situation.
It really is. But do you know the thing that the narrative around the two incidents of the two tweaks that he actually liked, sometimes in a way it's quite funny in my opinion, because if he likes a tweet that says he should come back to Sunderland, then to us guess, yeah, that's probably realistically what it's going to be, isn't it? Well, what I think it's going to be, but hopefully we're wrong in a good way. But yeah, for me, it's like, if he likes a tweet that favours Sunderland, we have to treat you with scepticism. But he likes a tweet that says he's staying at Man United, and we've got to take it as fact. Like, hang on a minute. Like, why have we got different narratives with the two sort of things? But look, I think for me, once Sancho went out, once Pellistri went out, I think they would have been mental to send Ahmad out on loan, really. The problem I've got is that they don't play him, and a lot of their fans are getting frustrated by it. Like, why does he not play? I don't know. Maybe what you want to do is have him play for the second half of the season, then really struggle, and then he wants to go back to the Championship again next season. I don't know. I'm thinking ahead of it too much, but it's the thing that just grew. The thing that I grew really tired of was the constant back and forth. And Ahmad is such a little tease, and it's so annoying because I don't know if you've been like this, Mike, but whenever I got to the point where I was going to write off, right, it's not happening. And then all these reports come out, he wants to come back to Sunderland, he's asked Man United, let him come back to Sunderland. Like, oh, well, for God's sake. You think it's done, and then little hooks drag you right back into it again. Like, don't mess with my heartstrings like this, please. I can't be bothered with it anymore.
I literally finished filming a video for my channel because I'm very small scale. I've got like 300 subscribers at the moment, just started. But I was
get his subs up.
Get me up, Black Cats Nation. I get shot for plugging myself, but only if you've subscribed here first, of course. But I literally finished filming, and I was about to just edit the ending on and upload it, and it was based on that message that was going around where he said he'd put in a request for the what should we call it, for the transfer. He wanted to come to us. And literally, before I got a chance to upload it, that's when the other one came out, that Fabio that said it's not happening and that he'd liked it as well. And I was just like, well, that's just 10 minutes recording and editing in the bin. It goes too quick sometimes to even get a video out.
But that's the problem, is because you could do a video on that and then all of a sudden everything changes and then your videos are relevant, isn't it?
Yeah.
So thanks, Man United.
Yeah. Much appreciated. We love the drama, but we like the drama where it ends with a signing at least. You know, I'm still hoping Mvia is secretly being wheeled into the club.
Oh, hang on.
Wayne, you're back. What's going on?
Hello. I don't know if you see behind, but there's quite a few cars coming out of the car park, which is not a good sign. There must be about 15, 20 cars come out in the last 2 or 3 minutes. So I can't see Villa, Mike. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Watch for helicopters, Wayne.
I'm watching, but there's people come out to the main entrance at the moment, but I was trying to see who it is. Doesn't look like it's anybody with a scarf.
There's 15 cars coming out. Is that leaving an empty car park, or have we still got enough in there to be something?
No, there's still, I would say, still 30 to 40 cars in the car park.
Ah, that's all right. That's just the cleaning crew leaving then. We're okay.
Have you heard any rumours your side who might be somebody turning up?
No, people still talking about Styles should be confirmed at some point, and there's rumours for this Benson that he's definitely not going to Middlesbrough now, so he could still be on our radar. Other than that, it's a roll of the dice and anybody's guess.
Didn't people say that there was a number plate with Ben on the back? So people are maybe putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5.
There's a Range Rover just left, but it wasn't Ben. It was BEW. We tried to have a look in, but we couldn't see who it was.
Right. Okay. And it look for the personalised plates if they'll give it obvious. I don't think they'll be that generous to us.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I'm going to try and get closer to the entrance. See if we can see a few more cars. What was that, Michael?
Find the parents' door.
Right, we'll try the parents' door. Aye.
Right, we'll leave you to go and try and get close to the entrance, and we've got Emma here now as well.
Right. Cheers.
All quiet still, Emma. Oh, she's gone.
You didn't even get a chance to talk.
She's gone. She's gone.
Oh, did she just jump out? Did she just go, oh, don't at me. Oh, no. Crap. Let's jump back out again.
Oh, I didn't see that she had put that. So, yeah. I'm just going to wait for them to wave at me to add, or add themselves. I'll leave that one. Yes. So, lights on at the academy still, everybody, still activity. A lot of cars leaving, but I mean, that could mean nothing right now. We've got enough staff for that to just be end of a certain shift. We've got 384 people watching, 384 people hoping something will happen. I assume by that we've got 384 likes on the stream. If not, why not? If you're on mobile, close down the chat, hit the like, and then reopen the chat and join in. If you give us a like, it really does help out. You want to be in there, Michael?
Yeah. No, well, I was just having a look to see how many likes you've got. 226 as of what I've just said.
So half of you have liked it. Come on, what's going on with the other half? Let's get it on. Come on.
Okay, get to 300 likes and we're signing Manuel Benson. I'll answer. I was going to answer a question Jim Bob's just put. Says, has anyone seen much of Styles? Is he a defensive midfielder, attacking midfielder, or both? From what I've seen, apparently he's got a number of appearances in defensive midfield, attacking midfield, right wing, and left back. So he's basically he's the definition of utility player. So if he's someone who's signed with being a defensive midfield in mind, then absolutely fair enough. But yeah, I mean, that's just what I've heard, apparently. That could be a load of nonsense, though.
Right. Okay. What else have we got in the chat going on at the moment? Styles will be our new 09. He can play everywhere apart from goalkeeper. But we need a goalkeeper too. So
Dane's got a point, though. Maybe that's the missing ingredient. Maybe we need to play Callum Styles up top and see how it works.
So Real JBA says, what happened with Envia? I mean, to be fair, my opinion is it was wishful thinking. It was another one of those players that we've romanticised because of one season, and it would have been nice, but I don't think, A, we could afford his wages, and B, that he would offer anything to this model that they're running. What's your opinion on him? Would you have liked to see him come, Michael?
Yeah, of course I would have. I would have absolutely loved to have seen him come.
For the nostalgia or for the play? That's the question.
No, well, both, actually. I think in Villa, I think, like I've said before, even as someone who grew tired of the we need experience thing, midfield for me is the exception to that, where I think that the midfield, a lot of the play can be dictated through the midfield, you know, whether it's be protecting your back line or helping like the attacking players, just let them focus on going forward because you're back helping out in front of the back four. So for me, I think in Villa, yes, okay, he's obviously not, he hasn't had a club since the end of last season, is that right?
Yeah, he's pushing his own personal training thing from what I can see on his social media.
Personal training business when he retires, I suppose. But the point is for me though, why couldn't? I didn't get the harm in him wanting to come. Look, there obviously was the article that came out apparently that he wanted to come. He said that apparently Sunderland were the only club he would come to play in the not in the top divisions for, and he said he didn't mind the money. Now, obviously, take that with a pinch of salt because MB, of course, would still want a really good wage for championship level, certainly. So, in my own opinion, I really wanted to see him come back because I think even though he would have took a bit of time to get up to speed, I do think the experience he has, bearing in mind last season, I'm sure he was playing in the Europa League or Europa Conference League. So he can't have degraded that much over 6 months. But for me, that is something that that's something I personally would have liked to have seen happen. But I think the argument is, if we were going to go for him Villa and he's been a free agent since the end of last season, then why haven't we gone for him before this? You know, why didn't we go for him at the start of the season? Why didn't we go for him like even midway through the start of the season, like in October, November time, to get him back up to speed for a amount of time? So I think for me, pipe dream by the looks of it. But I personally would have liked him.
Yeah. I would have. I think it would have been great for our young French players as well. He could have brought them on loads. I mean, I know people have talked that we've had language barrier issues. And funnily enough, I got the new Football Manager 24 the other day. And the first thing it suggests as your backroom staff meeting is sending Pembele on a 30-day intensive English speaking course. So shows the realism of the game there, which is excellent. So Benson would probably be a loan if it happens. There's a lot more talk about Benson now. I don't know what's going on with that one. The number, somebody mentioned the number plate with Ben on, but Wayne just confirmed that it was BEW, not BEN. So I don't think they're going to give it away that easy for us, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with Eddie Rubers as well at the same time. SAFC Republic has literally just posted a screenshot of Wayne at the off this stream, so he's probably in the chat. So thanks for that one. Why would Benson come here? Just fans hoping, says SJ. I think we've got a lot of appeal to a lot of players.
I agree. I think we should.
Yeah, I mean, we literally highest attendance in the league. We've got great facilities, especially at this level. I mean, if you're a senior club looking to lend a player out, you know, you've got to look at their facilities. So we've got loads of selling points. I don't think attracting the level of players we're looking at is the issue at the moment. What do you think on that, Michael? Do you think we've got pulling power still?
I think so. I think obviously the issue comes where, I mean, Connor's made the good point. Yeah, he's just put, why wouldn't he? We're a lot better prospect than fans let on. I completely agree. I think we should be a pretty big draw. I think I do get SJ's point. Sorry, mate, I don't know what your actual name is, but I'm terrible with names anyway, so you best not tell us. But I do get their point in the sense that, look, if it comes down to money and who wants to contribute wages, then that probably will put a dampener on the deal. But at the same time, I think we should be a attractive draw. I mean, at the end of the day, if size of the club doesn't matter and the prospect of Sunderland doesn't matter, then explain to me how Patrick Roberts, Jack Clark, Corey Evans, Danny Barr, Alex Pritchard were able to come to Sunderland in League One. Why did Alex Neil come to us in League One? You can't tell me that they were appealing to come to League One because they're above that level. But it's Sunderland. Like, at the end of the day, I mean, not with every player, I want to stress, but with a lot of players, like, it does matter. Contrary to what people want to believe, to an extent, and maybe not as much as money or not as much as it used to, but it does matter. So I think for me, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be.
Everyone raves about, obviously we got Defoe. That clearly that didn't work out the second time round for us, but everyone raves about these signings. But I mean, Pritchard, for me, I know it's a sore subject, especially when Sky Sports keep putting him on my screen saying he signed for Birmingham, and it keeps reminding me every 2 minutes. But to get him at the level we were at when we signed him, I mean, that was a massive coup. Completely, and to attract somebody like that at that level, you can't tell me there wasn't championship clubs that would have snapped him up.
Actually, absolutely, completely agree.
Thane says Roberts has been poor this season by his standards. Good competition from Benson would give Patrick a good kick up the backside. Yeah, I agree with that one.
It's a conundrum, isn't it, though? Because at the start of the season, who would have thought that by this point in the season, Barr would be comfortably ahead of Roberts in terms of numbers? Mental.
Yeah. Do you think as he gets fit, Roberts just walks back into that position, or is he going to struggle to get Barr's place now? Has Barr earned that spot?
Well, certainly right now, Barr's definitely earned the spot. I thought he was our man of the match last week. I thought he played really, really well. Me personally, technically, in terms of technical ability, I think Roberts is one of the best players I've watched play for Sunderland. But there's probably a reason why he's in the Championship, and that is because his numbers tend not to be that great. I think for me, Roberts, I really do like a lot. And I think even if you didn't start him initially when he comes back and starts Barr, I think he's someone that off the bench is something tired legs will not want to run against, because Roberts is very good at keeping the ball glued to his feet, and that means you're having to do even more chasing as a defender. So, in my opinion, look, I really am a fan of Patrick Roberts. And obviously, look, we've got him tied down for another 2.5 years, I think, at this point. So, in my own viewpoint, I do like Roberts. Should he come straight back in the team? No, probably not. I think it would be very harsh at the minute to drop Barr, unless Barr gets to a point where he regresses a bit and then Roberts comes back in. But
I think Barr's got so much potential at the moment. I think we're going to have Wayne coming in shortly. He's with some people. I very much doubt it's signings at the side of the road, but more likely to be fans. So if he gives me a wave when he's ready, I'll pull him into the... Oh, there we go. Hi, Wayne. Can you hear me?
Hello, boys. Are you all right?
Yeah, not so bad. Who have you got there?
We've got a couple of lads, not two new signs, unfortunately, but what's your name, lads?
Will.
Isaac. Will and Isaac. How long have you been down here, boys?
You're always now, like,
Any action?
Not too much. There's been the range move, obviously. It's been all our social media, but it's just been a lot of the women's footballers leaving, really. Not as much as I'd expected, because we're kind of notorious for deadline day signing here or there, like.
What's your thoughts on the transfer deadline, do you, or the window in general? How do you think we've done?
Well, so far, obviously, you've got Mundell and that, but you're hoping for a striker, and especially the defensive midfielder as well. Whether that comes in, I'd say it's just been a bit stagnant. And like, really, we could have pushed. There's 2 playoff spots there, definitely. You're only a couple of points above West Brom. If you get a couple of signings in, suspend a bit, because we had in the summer, because of the Ross Stewart sale, we've had a net spend of nothing really. So surely there's money there to be spent, and we've done now. The defensive midfielder position's been vacant since Corey Evans has been injured. Literally, it was about a year ago now. And then the striker. I mean, I would argue the defensive midfield is more important because you've got the striking options there. Because you can't really get what would it be? It would be a 5th striker in. I guess you've just got to use what you've got. But I think there's just a lot of depth in places as well.
What's your thoughts on Kiefer Moore? We've been linked with him for weeks and weeks. What Ipswich do you think we could have pushed more on getting him, Isaac?
Right, I mean, you've got the strikers there, 4 strikers, and is it a case of do you want to kind of accommodate them more, or do you want to push for an extra signing? And is it worth it? I don't know, but I do want to try and get what you've already got and progress them, really.
Do you think the strikers have been given much of a chance than you've actually got?
Not really, because obviously Tottenham changing his mind nearly every week. And for me, I'd rather just have one player who's going to start week in, week out. For me, instead of then going out to like, do you want another loan signing in, really, when you've already got Burstow, who's probably got so many contracts in, how many games he's got to start. And you've got the other young lads as well. And Russell has spent a bit of big fit, a few million on. And do you not want him starting every game? But
Fair point. So, what's your thoughts on Sunday, Borough?
well, they're a kind of bit of a banana skin. Like we struggle against them. So going down there, probably a point really. I mean, with Chelsea, they've just beat Chelsea down there, so it might be a bit of a fortress. But no, I think you get a point. To you just need to keep. Just kind of get beat. Like it'll be a big pusher for the fans. Like I feel, especially.
Give us a score prediction for Sunday.
1-0.
Shout.
We're going to have to see a 1-1. Like I might be a bit conservative, but it's just I'm not too confident. But I'd like to be proven wrong.
I think I'd take a point now. But cheers, lads. Thanks very much.
That's all right.
So we're still here. We're still watching for cars coming in. There's a Range Rover that the lads have been seeing there. It's coming backwards and forwards. We don't know who it is, but we'll keep an eye out and we'll try and stop cars as they go in. But,
can you just confirm two of them? Somebody said Jordan Henderson pulled up, and somebody also said a yellow Mini with the number plate Bean pulled up.
Yes, we've seen Bean. I can confirm we've seen Bean. First name Mister.
Right, give us a wave as soon as you've got some more news, Wayne.
Will do. Take it easy.
Well, there you go. So there is a Range Rover on site. There is lights on site. There is activity. We're just waiting. We're just waiting and waiting. Let's catch up with these comments now. Lots of Mr. Bean comments.
Mr. Bean on an 18-month contract.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll take Jordan Henderson back in a heartbeat, but I know that's not going to happen either. Darren Bent's good friends with Jordan Henderson, and according to Bent, Henderson wants to end his playing days with us. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Michael? And is ending his playing days with us when he's 35 and doesn't fit our model anymore?
Yeah, well, he'll want too much money then, won't he?
Yeah.
Some of the comments, man, with the rumours. Yeah, with Henderson, he's obviously ruined his reputation a bit by going to the Saudi leagues, hasn't he? In terms of player, I would take him back in a heartbeat. I don't know how well that would go down with some of our supporters, given the fact he went to the Saudi leagues. But if you're asking me just as a player, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Ahmad just stormed down the tunnel into a taxi, apparently.
Did he have an FTM scarf or something? Or FTM? He's on his way back to Sunderland.
Unfortunately, it's a 4-hour drive, so he's not going to make it either way, I'm afraid.
Hey, who said he had to do the medical up here? He could have done it in Manchester. Or actually, no, is it down Wolves or something, wherever they're playing? Could have done
in
medical.
Wolves, yeah. Yeah, they're in Wolves. He'll pass my house, so I'll keep an eye out. Harrison says the range will be Styles. I mean, I think that's more likely. I think Wayne's at a Range Rover now on my screen, but I don't think anybody's in it. So he might just be casing it. I don't know. Malcolm Cabby says Kevin Phillips will be the Sunderland manager within the next 5 years. I actually said this not so long ago on a stream. So I think he's working his way up through the Northeast clubs and could end up here, hopefully here and not somewhere else slightly more north. But what do you think? Would you take him as a manager now or when he's got a bit more experience?
You know what, right? That's one where I've been asked about this quite a few times when I used to be on this channel about would I have Kevin Phillips. And for me, obviously, I wasn't into football until probably 12 or so years ago, and that's where I've probably got a more cynical. Well, not cynical. That's the wrong word. Like a more skeptical viewpoint of Phillips being our manager because I feel like a lot of people wanted him on the basis of romanticism. When he gets experience, though, why not? I mean, he's obviously he's had South Shield's job. Now he's got Hartlepool, so. Now he's worked his way up to one league below the EFL. So maybe there comes a point once he gets if he starts proving his ability in the lower leagues, then you just never know. Why not?
Yeah. Before we got Beale, I was running a one-man campaign on Twitter to try and get Arca. But, I've also hounded Peter Reid galore this last couple of months, but neither of them are listening to me, unfortunately. So not got as much pulling power as I'd like to have.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, we're back.
What's going on, Wayne? Have we got some news?
We're just because the car coming out. We're just going to see if this is. Connor's going to shine the light. See if we can see who's in this car.
It's Madge, the tea girl.
Who is it? Do we recognise him?
Joyce, the cafeteria lady.
Oh,
No, not a chance.
We have just seen. We think it was the new lad Mundle. It's just come out. Just left the academy there, so we're pretty sure it was him. He's under the car coming out as well. We'll have a look and see if we can see.
You got to stand in front of them.
We'll jump on the bonnet if we have to.
If a footballer's driving that, he's below our level.
And another one. Is it anybody?
Welcome to this edition of SAFC Fans Does Top Gear.
No, unfortunately, that was nobody of importance. But we have just said, pretty convinced the new lad Ryan Mundle's just left. So that's the only bit of activity we've got so far. But we'll keep an eye for the waving.
Right. Okay. Get a bit more in front of them cars there, Wayne.
I'm going to jump on the bonnet next time. The next one, I'm going to jump on the bonnet.
We'll chip in and cover the medical fees. Don't you worry about that one. Oh. See you soon. Right. There we go. That was very blacked out windows though, so that could have been somebody. So we don't.
Never wonder people driving out the academy and go, "Who's that geezer at the side of the road? Why'd you got a camera?"
I'm going to go and park up in there for 2 days before and then just come driving out on deadline day. Windows slightly cracked.
Oh, dear.
That'll get me another 2 subscribers at least. Come on.
I ran over by new Sunderland signing, Manuel Benson.
Gotta love these comments. Just in from the AOL, Beale's getting the sack after KLD caught him wandering the academy in his boxers. When questioned, he brought up the world-class training sessions and ran off. More to follow.
Oh, my God.
Excellent. It's not Beale out, the campaign at the moment. The campaign is hashtag anybody in. Anybody. KLD drives out in a Robin Reliant. Stealthy footballers in the cars. Yeah. Matete has gone to Oxford. They've tweeted a photo of Jay from the In-Betweeners.
Oh, God, Jay, the In-Betweeners. The W in the reg plate. What's the thing about the reg plate? The W in the reg plate stands for West Ham man who's Styles' agent.
I think because it was BEW on that reg plate. I'm not sure. I think that's a reach. That's a very clutching at straws. Any reg plate with an A can be Ahmad. I don't. Phillips is a more experienced manager than Beale, to be fair, says Jim Bob. I'm not sure you could say that with Rangers being on his CV as bad as everyone and how much Rangers hate him. If you look at the physical stats and his win ratio, and I know that league, they should be winning every game, but his win ratio improved as he took charge from what they had seasons before. And the wins he got was over, the losses he had there were over 2 seasons, not 1. So when we first got Beale, and I was trying to be the only devil's advocate on the channel preaching his name, the stats actually do work in his favour. It's just a lack of passion for me. That's what we want to see us. We're used to the Di Canio knee slide and things like that. We're not used to a manager that only takes his hands out of his pockets to zip up his jacket and that's your lot, you know. Real JBA says we need to focus on more important areas and stop buying wingers, as the 2 lads said in the DM role is vacant and needs to be filled. Also, wouldn't say no to another goalkeeper as well as a fullback. Yeah, there's your first person.
You've joined the club.
Well, there we go. That's what we need, a goalkeeper. I've been saying this. Phillips has never been more experienced manager than Beale. Somebody's a trained. I don't know what Mackem Cabby's on about. Bristolian Mackham says, if Ahmad was going to sign tonight, he would probably get a jet to sign for us. David Null's got a prediction for 6-0 Sunday and Mundell to score all 6. I mean, I said I'm the optimistic one of the channel, but David's just took the cake on that one.
Yeah,
definitely.
he's just took it to a new level. Do you know what it reminded me of, right? I don't know if you... There's an Ipswich YouTuber called Alex Griffin that I watched quite a bit, and there was a game when... I think it was when we played them in League One. It was under Parky, actually. We won 1-0. Chris Maguire scored. But Alex Griffin interviewed a bunch of like kids, which were basically like pre-teen age. So of course they were taking the mick a bit. But he asked them, "So what's your predictions, lads?" And one of them went 6-0. Phil Parkinson all 6. Parky.
Wow. Yeah.
Parky.
Well, what's happening with Wayne? It's just I can see his camera. If you wonder why I keep doing this, it's because I can see Wayne's camera even when he's not on air. So I keep trying to look to see if he's chasing anyone down or getting run over after my advice.
Yeah. I keep trying to refresh Oxford's Twitter because they have put a clip of Jay from the In-Betweeners. So I'm really wondering if there is something about Jay Matete.
Yeah. Sunderland Echoes just tweeted that transfer deals are still in play at Sunderland in the final hour of the January window.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've got like an hour and 20 minutes, haven't we?
So, yeah, that's it. And Joshua's a lad on Twitter has just tweeted, if Matete goes to Oxford, we barely have any midfielders left, which that's definitely true. Random shout out for a random guy.
For you. So sorry to interrupt you. Do you think a question for you? Do you think that the club's outgrown Matete? Do you think that we feel like he's not at the level we want to get to?
It's difficult to say because I expect him back. I really expect him back, and I did rate him as potentially a good player. So it's difficult, and I'm not sure. I don't think loaning him out unless somebody. This is why I think we've got other irons in the fire, because not even if it was I'm going to keep going to say Harry, but even if Styles is confirmed, I think we'd need another midfielder at least before we start lending people like Matete out at his caliber. Do you not think?
I would agree. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think for our own depth, we need to sort of keep that in. I do wonder whether, because it looks like if it is Jay Matete, well, Chris Johnson's just put it in, that must mean that if Matete is going to Oxford, then Styles must be announced any moment. That's the only thing I can think of to try and that would make sense.
Kanki is saying Sissoko is at AOL. I don't know if there's any foundation behind that. Oh, we've got Wayne. What's going on, Wayne?
There's one of the black people carriers has just pulled in with a blacked out window, so that's normally a sign of activity. So that's just gone in the last 30 seconds. So hopefully we're trying to see if anybody's getting out of it. We'll keep you posted, but that might be a sign.
How's the security there, Wayne?
The security guard had the gate open straight away. They knew they were coming, so they whisked them straight in and went straight around the back. So
is he watching you like a hawk then? Yeah.
He's not letting us anywhere near the gates. Right now, I think he's learned from a couple of years ago, I think. But we'll keep you posted. But there's just that blackout van just pulled in.
We've had somebody say randomly in the chat that Sissoko is at the AOL, so keep your eyes out for anything that could indicate that one. That would be good to get confirmed.
That would be a good one if it is.
Wayne, quickly. Someone in the comment, the Harrison70 says, "Do you have binoculars?"
Unfortunately not. I should have brought them. Security guards back up again. Like somebody else coming.
He's come to chase you off, Wayne.
No.
This is where you're just going, "Excuse me, can you get off the property?"
Well, I mean, they can go all the way up to the gates, right? I mean, I've seen enough drone videos of people challenging that you can go. That's drone. Next,
not allowed anywhere near the gates or anywhere near the.
Next January, we're getting a drone.
Wouldn't put it past
coming
anyone.
out 2 seconds.
Oh, here we go. Well, let's have something positive.
Conrad, like at the ready.
dedication of these lads. Honestly, it's got to be applauded. Harry Styles in the black.
Run across the road now.
Anybody?
Go, go, go.
Jump in, jump
Come on,
in.
Manuel Benson, go on.
Don't see.
That must suggest something's
Empty.
been confirmed.
Empty van. So whoever they've brought in is in the email at the moment. So
Okay.
might be a positive sign.
Hopefully.
Keep you posted.
Hopefully. All right. Cheers, Wayne. Stay warm.
Bye-bye.
Right. Ben Allison said, would you keep Alex Bass next season? He is a goalkeeper on loan. I think we need an experienced goalkeeper. I've said it for ages, to complement Patterson. God forbid injury or even a ridiculous bid that the club can't refuse come in, because I don't know what our backup would be in that situation. Do you rate Bass, Michael? What do you think of our goalkeeper depth at the moment?
Well, obviously our goalkeeper's depth is just Nathan Bishop at the minute, isn't it? Really, there's no. Haven't we got a young? Someone correct me in the comments. Haven't we got a young keeper from the academy that we've kept on building up that we could maybe use as second choice? I mean, I know you could say we need an experience. Even if you got someone like an experienced keeper to be with the group, then at least it could develop the younger lads. But I was just going to say, Matty Young. That's it. You know, like,
yeah, I watched him at the on the Youth Cup game. He's all right. The first thing I said I did a little stream on it while it was being aired, and the first thing I said was, "Is Kicking's better than Patterson?" So somebody's doing something right there. Yeah, Matty Young. We've really seen enough of Bass to rate him.
Yeah.
Are you pro or anti KLD? I'm probably pro KLD at the moment. I'm anti whoever's doing his football advising and whoever's advising him that painting a bar of black and white's a good idea. So his advisors probably need changing. But yeah, I've still given him the benefit of the doubt.
My own personal opinion is, obviously I've said I'm pro Speakman. I'm on the fence with KLD. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'm slightly anti KLD, because I feel like a lot of the mistakes that have happened shouldn't have happened, really. And I think, well, let me flip this around and ask a question, right? Because obviously I bet you a lot of this frustrations come from the Black Cats bar and the Newcastle game debacle. Do you think that that's unforgivable? I know for a lot of fans it is, but in your opinion, do you think how that was handled was unforgivable for you?
For the well,
I'm talking like giving Newcastle 6,000 tickets, or the Black Cats bar, or whatever else it is.
The 6,000 tickets, if it was avoidable, then yeah, because they wouldn't have done it for us. If there was a replay, there's no way we'd have got that allocation. And to fob it off as safety concerns and stuff like that is just ridiculous. I don't believe that for a second. What annoys me more about the whole situation is not just holding your hands up saying, yeah, really bad judgment call. Because in them minutes, they were more trying to pass the buck on that one. And I get they made money from it. I don't think they made anywhere near what they said they made from it and stuff like that. But yeah, it was just, it reeked of inexperience. And what annoys me more than anything else is, even if you say KLD's not had experience of a derby, he doesn't know what it means, blah, blah, blah. Surely there is enough people in that club, as soon as that first sign was started to be opened up, or the others or got wind of it, that should have been stomped on. Somebody should have said something. How did it get to the stage of them actually putting some of the signs open, unwrapping, and so, you know what I mean? Why was nobody monitoring this whole situation? That's what's annoyed me. The handling of it during is what's annoyed me, and the lack of responsibility taken.
That I agree with that. I think the problem is that, I mean, right? Because if I'm right, doesn't KLD support Marseille, or he's got an affiliation with Marseille, hasn't he? So I'm thinking.
I'm not sure. Possibly. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, say he is right. I mean, I don't know who Marseille's main rivals are. By the way, Oxford have just confirmed for anyone who wants to see.
Oh, there you go. Jim Matessi.
Jim Matessi's just gone to Oxford.
I bet he has an absolute stormer there. Genuinely, yeah. I bet he has an absolute stormer there.
Well, the thing for me, but very quickly on the KLD thing, I think if whoever whoever was in charge of if KLD wouldn't have liked it for Marseille's rivals to be having the red carpet rolled out for them for a derby game. So this should never have happened to begin. Now, one way or another, whether KLD knew about it or not, either way, it's bad. If he didn't know about it, in some ways, that's even worse because of not knowing what's going on at your own club. But having said that, yes, someone's confirmed Jamie Tetty as well. But so now, for me, I just think a lot of the stuff there will ultimately come back to him, and I think hopefully this is a kick up. Sorry for me, language, kick up the arse to let them know that off the pitch the standards need to seriously raise. And yeah, standards to a degree on the pitch need to be raised, but I think there's at least a lot of good work there. But with off the pitch, nah. As far as Jamie Tetty goes, I think, as far as I'm concerned with Jamie Tetty, I would have liked to have seen him go on loan to a championship club because I think we need to see if he's got enough at this level. Now, if he's gone on loan to Oxford for the second half of the season, that then suggests to me that we are maybe looking at selling him in the summer. And I think I'm trying to think. I think he might only. I'm trying to get this right. I think he might only have 2 years left on his contract.
Oh, there we go. We've got some action going on here.
Hello. So we've just seen quite a few people walking across the yard outside the door. So that might be another good sign. But also the security guards hanging about outside of here as well. So well, that's a sign that another car's coming on the. We're fast. I've got a feeling they've got SAFC Fan TV there in the little hut. But we've seen quite a few people walking across the yard. So hopefully, again, another good sign of things to come. Any other rumours?
Just so you know, Wayne. Jamie Tetty's gone to Oxford. The clubs have confirmed.
All right. I think we heard earlier on. We heard he'd failed a medical at Blackpool yesterday. That was the rumour getting about. So fair play. He'll do well for them down there. Do you think we should have kept him, Michael?
It's a difficult one. I think with Matete, personally, I would have liked to have seen him go out on loan to the Championship. I was just saying to Mike a minute ago, because I think how are we going to know if he's good enough for the Championship unless either we obviously keep him and use him or have him somewhere in the Championship. But first and foremost, for Oxford, that's a good signing. It's a really cracking signing for Oxford. But
I think if they let him go out on loan, I think that's a sign that Styles might be signing.
I think Styles will be announced any minute if that's the case.
Yeah.
Has to be logically, it would make sense to let if you're letting Matete go and not getting Styles in, then that's not very good.
It's bad business, and I'm hoping so. But still, we'll keep an eye out for him. But like I said, there was a little bit of activity earlier on there, just outside.
Well, if it inspires you to run in there like a maniac, Wayne, we've got 600 people watching the live stream at the moment.
We're gonna try some diversion tactics. So Emma's gonna run one with the security guards chase her, then I'm gonna nip in the front gate.
Poor Emma.
Security guard's back out again.
He's just watching you.
Well, if you're interested, you guys
to make yourself famous.
Joe, no one wants to see my mug on that. The camera's there. Don't worry.
Times are hard, Wayne. Go and offer him a tenner.
I've tried.
It's 20 quid. Go on.
Supposed to be a credit crisis, and not taking our money.
But just so you're interested, Michael Walker from The Athletic said SCFC Jay Matete goes to Oxford on loan. Callum Styles expected to be confirmed from Barnsley shortly.
Oh, nice one. I'm hoping he's up here. We might try and grab him if he's up here, if he's in the EOL. But there's definitely somebody got in there in the last 20 minutes.
Right, excellent. Well, keep us updated.
We'll do. Come back here.
Let us know if you get any closer and you might get any confirmations.
We're edging our way closer to the gate, like inch by inch.
All right, get Conrad seducing that guard. That'll do the job.
I'll try. Or just can't threaten him. One of the two.
you catch more bees with honey. Come on, right. Cheers, Wayne.
Can you see the security guard walking down there? Are you still on?
Yeah, we're still on. We can see him.
Now he's disappeared. We might try and nip in the front gate.
No, there's still another in there. If you're watching in the security,
there we go. Oh, right, okay.
Anyway, catch us later.
Keep us updated. Cheers, Wayne. They're not for having it, are they?
things are starting to get into motion. Matete going out on loan will be the first bit. Surely it'll be a conveyor belt of Styles being announced in a minute. Hopefully,
we've got somebody to join us here. KD.
Hello.
You all right, lads?
Hello. That's the best.
I've got someone here as well who wants to say hello.
All right, lads.
Oh, yes!
Boy, I just realised we can't even hear them.
Boy!
No, I'm all right. It's all right.
Cal!
They can hear what I'm saying, though, can't they?
Yeah, but you can't hear them.
Yeah, Cal. Get going. Get your club to get themselves sorted and get Ahmad back here. Come on.
He said, "Get your club to get you sorted. Get Ahmad back." Yeah.
No, Ahmad's there to stay now. Ahmad's there to stay.
Warming your bench. Excellent. Good for him.
Yeah. Right, it's only a quick one, lads. I've got to get off.
No worries.
Yeah, it's a bit. See you tomorrow, yeah.
Oh, dear, mate.
What do you think of this transfer window so far, then?
Mate, it's wait, is it PG on here or not? Because I don't want to actually accidentally swear even.
That's entirely up to you. I'm not holding you accountable. Not my channel.
Well, I think it's been piss poor, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think it's been pretty terrible. Realistically, if I could choose one sign, it would have been more, but apparently that's looking unlikely. I think he would have been quality because we need a bit of an experienced striker. You know, the likes of Semedo and Rusin, aren't really. Rusin's obviously too small really to play on his own, but I think we need a striker really.
Yeah, it seems that all fans and pundits and YouTubers and everybody, every man and his dog seems to know what we need at the club. Does Speakman know? Do you think he's working down a list and trying to find a replacement for more? Or do you think we'll never cough up for that kind of player?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not too sure. He does the hard part and then he pulls off signings like, just mental young signings, young prospects. And then the easy part that you just think get a striker, he doesn't do. So he undoes all of his good work that he's done by not getting any strikers. What's it been like 2 years and we haven't got a proper, solid striker? It's a piss take, really. It's not common. Yeah. It's not rocket science, is it?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of opinions are saying that we need a goalkeeper option and a defensive midfielder option more than a striker at the moment. Defensive midfielder more so. What do you think about that?
Nah, I think that's bollocks. If I'm being honest, I think we need a striker. We dominate games and then we just can't put it in the net. Do you know what I mean? We've got players like Ekwa who are doing that. Obviously, hasn't been great at the minute, but maybe we could get one, but it's definitely not over a striker. Definitely.
But it seems if we play Ekwa in the right position, then he can score goals. But we've played him as that defensive midfield role, haven't we? The first time he's gone up playing a bit more further forward the other week, and he's scoring. So, we've got Wayne back. I'll just cut you off for a second. What's going on, Wayne? Any news?
Hello. So Conrad's on the video, so I don't know if you can see the lights on there in the bottom left-hand corner. That's where they took the Matete pictures 2 years ago. There's somebody just been in there and pulled all the blinds down. So that may be a sign that there's some current photographs there. We're looking to see if we can see some red and white stripes, but all the blinds have been pulled down. So we've kind of done a proper job on us.
Parent door.
They've learned from their lessons, unfortunately. How dare they?
That's disgraceful.
I'm guessing that's going to be Styles more than anything at this stage, because till he's confirmed and there's still action going on, I mean, that's got to be the highest, the most likely.
We have to get a striker though, lads, didn't we? Oh, yeah.
Well, we've got 4. What's your problem?
But there's not one good one amongst them.
Right.
We'll keep you posted, but that's just the latest, that all the blinds have been pulled down. Well, about 5 minutes, we'll come back on.
No worries. Just give us a wave. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
So, do we think that's Styles? Do we think there's somebody else? Do you know much about this Sissoko, Michael?
The only Sissoko I know much about is ex-Newcastle player Musa Sissoko, but I suspect he's retired at this point. Yeah. So I have absolutely no. Oh, he's on the verge of retiring. So unless Kyle or yourself know much about him, I'm stumped.
No, I thought Musa Sissoko as well. If I'm being honest, that's what popped into my head when I saw it in the chat.
Yeah, I've not had a chance to look it up much. I was relying on you boys there, so
sorry to let you down.
Right under the bus. Right, let's have a quick look at these comments because I've kind of been neglecting you. Bell Allison Ski says Callum Styles set to be announced from Barnsley shortly. Everybody tune in to Mackham Cabby on Friday 9 p.m. There's a bit of a plug. Well, I don't mind reading that out. That's not a problem. Kanky P says Sissoko again. He seems to be singing that lad's praises. I don't know how accurate it is. This team won't finish in the playoffs, says Tom Wilson. How do you feel about that, Kyle? I don't know your opinion on that. Do you think we've got enough? I know you'd love to see a striker, so we would all. But with what we've got now, if that's a lot, do you think we can still do it?
It'll be difficult, to be honest with you, but I think it's so hard to predict because realistically, last year, we got in by the skin of our teeth, and I thought we were better last year. They're so close. I honestly don't think you can tell until right at the end, but I think probably not because we're definitely weaker than last year, and we barely got in last year.
Do you think manager will play a big part in that as well? The head coach, sorry.
To be honest with you, this might be a bit controversial, but I think Michael Beale's the criticism's way too harsh. I think it's way over the top. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, obviously I don't think it's got better since Mowbray left. It has got worse, but I don't think he's the man to blame. Do you know what I mean? He can only play with what he's been given, right? And I don't think people were saying like all the tactics and like were different against Stoke to like other games, but I just think against Stoke, realistically, we just took our chances and they didn't take their chances. I really didn't think it was much different to any other game. It's just one of them games, really.
My criticism of him is like when we played the derby, they just didn't have. You've got that many tired legs on and no subs made till 5 minutes towards the end. It's little things like that that just scream inexperience to me, and that's the only thing that worries me. I mean, at the start when we first got him, I'm all up for giving everyone a chance, and I'm definitely not one of these people that says fire the manager in 6 months. I think managers get a bad rap, and they should have time to build a team. But I need to see passion from him. It's Sunderland. That's what we want. The minimum we want from players, managers, staff, anything. The minimum we want is for you to be showing as much passion as we're showing. That's all we ask. That's all we ask. So. Everyone's saying it's Styles, and a few said Benson, but we're still pretty much in the dark.
Someone said that was all made up. I don't even know what's going on with that. Benson.
Ryan Duggan says Benson stays at Burnley. Nixon reported. Announce the Stranraer baggage handler come back. King Kevin Kyle. There's some interesting signings. So, I mean, where are you at on the two biggest rumours this window have obviously been both completely poo-pooed, Kyle. It's been Ahmad and Villa. So, did you think any of them were ever on the cards?
I thought the Diallo one might have happened. But I never really thought the Villa one would happen. Especially with the whole sign young players, I don't think they would want it, to be honest with you. But I definitely thought Diallo could have happened. But then again, he obviously is going to try and get into United team, isn't he? And I think they'll probably want us to cough up more for his wages, and seems they don't want to spend much money. So,
Yeah. Carlos just come in as we're speaking there, saying MV is in the northeast. Yeah, maybe the northeast of France. I'm not sure he's in this northeast at the moment. So, we're back.
Can you hear?
Another episode of Wayne jumping in front of cars. Show us your Frogger skills, Wayne.
I will before the night's out, I tell you. Just another quick update with there's a bit of activity inside. You can see, excuse me. In the lobby there's a few people milling about. But where I said them photographs were, they've put one of the blinds up, and there's been picking and running backwards and forwards So quite a little bit of activity. Conrad's just got to try and sweet talk the security guard. So we'll see what develops there. But there's seems to be a bit more activity happening in the last 5 minutes.
Excellent.
Still nothing,
Well,
no rumours your end?
no, we're getting to a bit of a stagnant where we're expecting Styles, and that's about it at the moment. Everyone else seems to be pie in the sky.
Not good, not good. But we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, appreciate it, Wayne. Braving the cold for us. Great stuff. Oh, we've lost Kyle at the same time. I'll put Wayne on mute just for the wind. He can unmute himself when he's.
We're just going to have him in the background, constantly looking everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey.
Shivering and pouring the Bovril.
Oh, man. Oh,
Can you send some Bovril if you want?
Sorry, I'm on the generic, no label, not going to annoy any sponsor beer. Oh, he's gone. Took himself out.
He's bugging off at the moment.
He did jump in front of a car. That's it. And that was the end of Wayne Doran. I heard a rumor by Bananarama. Benson staying at Burnley seems to be the consensus.
Yeah,
at the
but
moment.
Alan Nixon's confirmed it.
Jesse Lingard close to joining FC Seoul. Yeah, there's a result.
What's that? Is that a Saudi club or something?
Seoul? No, it's spelt like the South Korea city. So I assume it's in South Korea. Yeah.
Blimey.
It's a bad time to sign for South Korea at the moment, just the way the world is. I'm not sure I'd feel safe moving my family there if I was Jesse. Come to Sunderland, Jesse. We'll have you a bit of depth.
Come on, Jesse, you're a multi-millionaire at this point. You can make do with £10 a week.
And half a Twix.
Yeah, pack of McCoy's crisps as well, thrown in for good measure.
Jesus, calm down. They'll be up in our ticket prices if you keep going.
And a taxi to go with it. God, complete package. What more do you want?
This is a very frustrating deadline day. 3 hours in, 636 of you sat here frustrated with us, waiting for Wayne to come back with some wonderful news. Hopefully,
have you seen what Robbie's put?
Knowing KS will probably sign 3 players we've not seen any rooms for in the next 10 minutes. Well,
hopefully that's the case.
Hopefully, and it's not just potential future players, and we've got somebody who can slot straight in there. Jake Atkinson says Ahmad is not going to come on for United ever again or again. I added the ever a dramatic effect. Nixon has said it, which means we'll announce it. The deal soon. Yeah. Good to see Michael on. You've got a lot more fans than me in here, Michael. I think we should swap seats and you should host this.
Thank you, James. Thank you, everyone who's shown some support to us. It's been nice. It's been nice to be back on. There we go. Kyle's back.
I don't know what happened here. It just went off.
Oh, no. I know what happened. You went off, and then you got a phone call from Ahmad saying, "It's happening. I'm coming home."
Oh, yeah, that actually, yeah.
Make it sound more epic than it was.
Yeah. His enthusiasm really sold that line. 307 likes so far. Cheers for the update there, Ben. That's wonderful for us. Transfer where we just talked.
Oh, I just realised. I said earlier that if we get over 300 likes, we're signing Manuel Benson. No, that's not happening, is it? Never mind.
So if we don't sign him, the man responsible is sat here now because he promised you.
Yeah, that's basically it. Kyle,
go on.
Okay. Kyle, are you going to Borough on Sunday?
Yeah, me and Kel are going. Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be some video. Hopefully. Oh, here we go.
What's going on, Wayne?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
So another update. We've just seen on them windows there. They're definitely showing somebody around. We've seen somebody in there with the blue with the luminous green sleeves, the tracksuit. So there's definitely somebody in there getting shown around. I'm guessing it's Styles. Not Harry. No, not Harry. But I'm hoping there's a car that's pulling out as well. So stay with us. We'll watch this car coming out. But there's definitely some activity in there, and definitely somebody being shown around.
Okay.
For context, Kyle, this is what we've been doing for pretty much the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's class.
Yeah.
Being at the ground's pretty cool.
Got the mic on, Matt. No.
We wait with bated breath.
It's not a flash car, so I'm not holding out much hope. But we'll never know.
Maybe it's Langstaff. He's not got as much money as everyone else.
No, it's not Langstaff. No, that guy's just come out with a tripod though, so he must have been taking photographs of somebody.
Yeah, but if he's leaving, that means there's no more photos to be taken.
Well, never say never, but I've got a feeling there's going to be announcements soon. There's definitely lots of activity happening behind the scenes here. I was waiting to say that, so keep an eye for us waving to jump on.
No worries.
If Mattetti's gone now, Styles has to be announced shortly. It's got to be.
But is Styles enough? Losing Pritchard and Mattetti, is Styles enough?
It's going to have to be, isn't it? I still think it's a bit underwhelming if it's just Styles and we haven't brought in anybody else. But we'll
while we're
find out.
waiting for Wayne to give us the scoop, what's your opinion on Leo Yeld? I'm going to say Yeld if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Yelder, I think is how you say it.
Yeah. What do you think of that as a signing? Underwhelming, or were you happy with that? They seem to be. Their fans seem to think they should have kept him, so that's always a good sign. Michael?
I think that's definitely an encouraging sign. If we're hearing that, we've needed some cover. I mean, how many fullbacks have we got injured now? It's ridiculous. Yeah. So I think we probably need someone who can slot in that position. He's someone who I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of him and Jensen, and obviously Jensen Steele already here, could be replacements for Ballard when Ballard's eventually sold, particularly if it's in the summer. So, well, as Ben made a point there, hopefully he's a bit better than the last fullback we got from Leeds, Lawrence de Bock. Remember those days? Actually, sorry, second last. Niall Huggins was all right, but he's injured, unfortunately. So, yeah, I don't know what you guys think, but yeah, for me, I think Yelder, there's definitely encouraging that he's had a bit of experience in this league with Rotherham, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we've got him. But I mean, if we spent $2 million on him, we must have seen something in him.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think of that as a signing, Kyle?
No, I think it's pretty solid, to be fair. Obviously, Sirkin is out quite a lot, so just to fill in, really. And like Michael said, experience in the Championship, do you know what I mean? Like, not one of them players that are just young with no experience, which is quite good, you know what I mean? So I think you'll be a pretty solid signing.
Yeah,
got a fan there, Kyle.
Let's have a look at the comments. There's 690 of you watching. If you've not already, make sure you hit the like. If you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. We do tend to bring you some exciting breaking news, as people will testament. There's people still today asking for Wee Philly on Twitter, saying, where is he? When's he going live? But it's unfortunately, we can only give you the news we've got, which at the moment is twiddling thumbs, unfortunately. Macam Cabby says, "Gan up to the cars, Wayne." Well, I'm trying to encourage him. It's not working. Last fullback from Leeds, de Bock, says Ben. Pretend to have a heart attack and the car will stop, Wayne. I think you're thinking too much of them. It's happening. Nothing's happening. That's Terry Brown. Yeah, so it's a quiet one. It's a quiet end. I think it's just going to be Styles personally. Do you hold out much hope, Michael, that it's going to be more than that now? Or are we flogging a dead horse?
Yeah, I think it's the latter, isn't it? Unless we've somehow got Callum and Harry coming at the same time. But in all seriousness, I think we are. Hey, Jamsoni's in. All right, mate. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think it is going to be just Callum Styles. It's a shame, really, but I think probably since the middle of the day, I've kind of reached that conclusion once Mundle was signed. I thought, yeah, it'll be Styles, and then that's pretty much it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, there's Jamsani in. Anyone that doesn't know him, God knows why, because, yeah, he's a great YouTuber on here. I think I found him initially looking for tactics for a football game. But funnily enough, but yeah, he's in the room joining our frustration. 700 people in here at the moment. Clubs are terrified that FFP restrictions, the Everton points deduction, put the frighteners up everyone. That's why the window is dead. Do you think there's any foundations in that? I mean, I don't think Ipswich have got the memo if that's the case. What do you think on that one, Kyle? Do you think it's the Everton situation that scared a lot of clubs?
Nah, not really, to be honest. Not gonna lie, maybe a little bit, but I don't really see why it would. Like you said, Ipswich is spinning it, you know.
Yeah. People are saying that could be their undoing, though, if they don't go up with that kind of investment.
Hull as well, next season as well.
Yeah. Man United's just falling off the wagon. I think they need Diallo more than us at the moment, I'm afraid to say.
How on earth does Ahmad not play for them?
I have no idea.
Unless they deem him not good enough for the Premier League, but if that's the case, then no.
Hello.
We are receiving you.
Well, I don't know how significant this is, but there's just been a Domino's pizza delivery at the academy, so whether that means there's going to be a late shift. But there's pizzas just got into this academy of light. Read into that what you will.
Breaking news, everybody. Bringing you the breaking news all the time. SAFC Fan TV. Don't miss a trick. There we go. Domino's delivered to the stadium.
Sign of a late shift.
Yeah. Definitely not for an athlete, you'd hope not.
They've gone right to the door. Wait to see if anybody comes out.
Maybe they're watching the Wolves Man United game, and watching the crazy end of that game's got them hungry.
I'm not being funny, lads. We
know
how to
come on, Michael.
Sorry?
Has Ahmad come on?
I'm not watching it myself, but I suspect he probably hasn't. I'll have a look.
4-3 now.
Wasn't it? Well, didn't Wolves get 2 quick goals or something, and then Man United just scored again?
Kilman 85, Neto at 90 +5.
So there might be a chance he can come via helicopter when the match is
Manu just scored.
By the way, here's the update. No, Ahmad hasn't come on.
Really? Shocking.
He's just getting wasted there. I don't get
it. It's a waste. Has the other guy gone out on loan? Pelistri, because it was apparently between him and Ahmad, who was going to go out on loan.
I can't remember where he's gone to. It might be Genoa or something, I think. I might be wrong. But I'm sure he's gone out on loan. Once it was out with them two, I think it was only going to make sense for Pelistri to go out on loan, because Ahmad should be more ready to make a contribution to Man United. But
you would think so, but they're still not using him. That's the frustrating thing.
We've got rumours Italian strikers, but I think that's based on the pizza. But I'm afraid
Domino's. That's not.
Yeah, if an Italian tasted Domino's, he'd be insulted more than happy. That's just
pepperoni, aye. No, it's gonna last 5 minutes. It's gonna be quiet apart from that pizza delivery.
Speaking of the Domino's delivery, it's stressing me out.
It's a good one there from Jamsani. Lovely.
Champion. Right, we'll come back in a bit.
No worries. Cheers, Wayne.
Bye.
Lee Johnson is back. Pomo, position of maximum opportunity to sign a bloody midfielder or a striker.
Michael, are you going to Borough?
Sorry?
Are you going to Borough?
No, I'm not. I'll be in the pub watching it.
Do you think we'll get a result, or do you think we'll get beat?
Yeah, I think personally we'll lose. It's not because I think Borough are better than us, because I genuinely don't think they are. I just think that for them it's a derby, isn't it? For them it's a bigger game. Whereas for us, I think we view it. Maybe we should treat it like a derby. We might win, But all I'll say is I'm looking out. At the very least, please, you and Kel, give me some mental scenes in the away end. At the very least, at least have Kel be off his nut in the away end.
Yeah,
Give
we've
us
got an
some-
over 65 ticket, so hopefully you can get in.
Was that a good move revealing that on camera?
Don't matter, does it?
Unless you just go, Kel really is 65. He just ages very slowly.
He does. He acts about 12.
He does, doesn't he? Now, see if he got an under 15 ticket or something, he might
Do
have
you,
got
do,
away
you
with
actually,
that.
do you know how old Cal is, to be fair, though?
No, is he going to want you revealing his age, is he?
You don't mind. Nah, if you were to guess.
Well, you want me to guess? Okay.
Yeah.
Is he in his 20s?
He is in his 20s.
Right, okay. I don't know, 27.
Bloody hell. I think he's 26.
Not saying
I'm
that.
not actually quite sure off the top of my head.
Off it. Could be worse.
This is how exciting the deadline day is, everybody. 700
Yeah,
people watching you two trying to guess somebody's age.
Yeah, that's how exciting. That's how exciting. We're just come on, Sunderland. Just announce Styles, if anything, just to give us something to talk about.
Let's just run over Styles. What do you think of Styles as a signing? Do you think he's going to slot straight in there? We'll go to you first, Michael. What do you think about Styles? If he's confirmed, if he's a signing, do you think he's somebody we can drop straight into the team?
Probably. I like I said before, I think the idea that if Styles can play, say defensive midfielder, if he can play that position with Dan Neil, then it could free Equa to go up further forward, because a lot of people feel that Equa is better when he drives up the pitch. If you look at the fact that obviously the 2 goals he scored against Southampton were an example of when we actually have a player who knows how to shoot outside the box. So maybe, I don't know. It depends how match fit he is. I mean, it depends how much he's been playing. So
the thing is, in that scenario, who you're dropping? Is Job dropped there?
Well, for me, if that's the case, then yeah, I think Job needs a couple of games out the side. I think he needs a bit of a breather. But Christian Speakman evidently disagrees.
What do you think, Kyle, on the if we have signed Styles, if Styles is confirmed, do you think he's somebody that could slot straight into the team?
From what I've heard of him, yeah, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend I knew who he was before we were linked with him, because to be honest with you, I had no idea who he was. He's midfielder, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, could he replace Pritchard? I don't know what sort of player he is, but to me, like the whole Pritchard thing, I think stupid. He was one of our most experienced players, and he was probably one of our better players. He's one of the ones that weren't young, and in the derby they didn't shit themselves, because that's what all the youngsters did. And we went and got rid of him. I thought Pritchard was class, except for his free kicks. You'd always take them. You'd never get them. They'd always be shite. But other than, I thought Pritchard was solid. Hopefully this lad can come in and fill Pritchard's boots. But I'll have to see. Don't know if he's a good player or not. Never heard of him, to be honest.
Yeah, Pritchard's. I said literally about 3 weeks before even the rumours saying that he was leaving and all that and refused to play, I said he should have had the armband. I thought he was more captain material than 09 is. And I'm a fan of 09. I like 09. But I think Pritchard seems to have that leadership. And like you say, when he comes on at big games like that derby, he's the one rallying the troops, isn't he? Whereas 09's a bit more of a liability, tugging on shirts in the box and what have you. So, yeah, I don't think he'd be a direct replacement for Pritchard. I think he's from what I've heard, he's more of a defensive midfielder. I'm not sure. Again, I'm the same as you. Till he was rumoured, he was completely off my radar. Connor Wilson said, I'd be dropping Job. I'd run a midfield of Styles, Equa, and Neil. Much better balance. Got to be careful which comments I click here, because some of them are starting to get a bit less PC than others. Feel free to read them yourselves.
That's when it's just past 10 o'clock at night.
James says, Danny Graham, one last dance. Who says no?
Danny Graham. Will Grigg, one last dance.
Diallo's finally on the pitch at United, but only to congratulate his teammates after the final whistle.
He's finally got on the pitch and not even
getting rid of Pritch made sense after he refused to play for us. But I mean, I'm mixed feelings on that, because I think if a club treats you a certain way and if they came back to him and offered him a contract that was peanuts compared to what his teammates are on, I couldn't blame him for refusing to play and forcing the move. So I'm not going to, until we know the ins and outs and the pennies and the details, it's not something I'm going to begrudge.
You'll never really know either, will you? That's the thing. Well, because the club are obviously going to make themselves try and sound like look good and everything.
Yeah. It was nice to see his message come up today and stuff like that. And that's how I like to see it, especially before we play Birmingham. I wouldn't like to see any animosity towards him. He did a lot for us, especially joining how low down we were. This guy should get a ban purely for this statement. I'm not even going to shout your name out for that one. There you go. That's how. Macam Cabby said, "Just eating my liver and onion pizza. Sounds awesome." What are your thoughts about Matete going on loan to Oxford? We've obviously found out that that's happened. Do you think that's a good move, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't see him really breaking into the squad, especially the fact that we've got, players who probably play the same sort of role but younger. Yeah, I would say loan him out a bit and then probably I'll see him selling him eventually, if I'm being honest.
You don't think he'll break back in? You don't think he'll come off loan and find a place? No. Did you rate him when we first had him? Do you think he got a fair shot?
In spells, I think he was good, but other times I think he was poor. But at his best, he was quite good. I'll give him that. To be fair.
Yeah. We have Wayne. Let's see what's going on. What's going on there, Wayne?
I don't know. This is a bad sign up, but in that bottom left-hand window where we the photographs I took, they've turned all the lights out. So whether they're having a late night pizza party, I didn't know, but the lights have all gone out. So make of that what you will. It's a bit frustrating now. I was expecting a little bit more than this, but it's all gone very quiet in the last 15 minutes. I mean, what's your thoughts on obviously Pritchard's gone and Matete to only bring Styles in, if he is going to come in? Disappointing window for me.
The consensus here is quite a lack of depth there, so it's worrying. It's worrying, and everyone's still shouting for a striker more than anything else.
What's the reaction been about Kiefer Moore? Obviously, now he's gone to Ipswich, but because they've spent their money, there's been a bit of a backlash towards Speakman and KLD for not pushing that one through.
I've not seen any backlash at the moment. Just ridiculous rumours and ridiculous suggestions of bring back Will Grigg and things like that. So it's all friendly, happy banter because everyone's tired of this at the moment. But we've got 734 people in, which is great numbers. So we're expecting you to jump in front of the next car. No holds barred.
There's a lack of cars to jump in front of. What's your thoughts on Kiefer Moore, though? I mean, what's the lads' thoughts? Do you think we should have pushed the boat out and tried to get him, or? I know he stopped down Ipswich. Do you think it's a location reason why he's gone there? Obviously, they've got now 5 or 6 strikers, isn't there?
Yeah. What do you think of that, Michael?
I think, for me, I think anything up to 20k a week, I think would have been worth paying personally, because I think for me there was an issue. I mean, I'm personally of the opinion defensive midfielder was more important than getting a striker. I think someone like him would have been good to let the younger lads learn from. But if it's true that Ipswich are paying, 30 grand a week towards his wages, then yeah, I think I can understand why we didn't pay that. I think you could see there's better options there. But my criticism might come from, did we put all our eggs in one basket with Kiefer Moore and not move on to other targets? But for all I know, we did do that. I just don't know.
It seems that the last couple of years it's all been focused on Ahmad and Kiefer Moore and nobody else. So I can't see a striker coming now myself. I just think that Callum Styles will be the last one, and I think that'll be it.
Yeah. Do you think we should have put the money in there for more, Kyle?
To be honest, I'm seeing a lot of people saying that we dodged a bullet, but I know we've got strikers But when the fans say we need strikers, they're not on about just signing random strikers. We need an actual experienced, proven player, which we don't. And I think if we had Kiefer Moore in the team, you know, and he was fit, I think he'd bang the goals in, to be honest with you. Jack Clark putting them on his head, he'd be banging them in. And I think it's a bit of a blow him going to Ipswich, because I think personally, in terms of getting in, he would have got more game time with us.
Yeah.
But I haven't looked too much into the wage thing, but you just spend the money. It's not that deep. Do you know what I mean? We've got 10 million for Ross Stewart, so paying his wages, and if he gets us in the playoffs, do you know what I mean? It's worth it. Like, I'm not signing him, so it's not like they're not narrowing down to a contract. Do you know what I mean? So he would have been a very good signing, I think.
Yeah, disappointing.
I agree. I think we should have pushed the boat out, and I also thought with him going there, I might have freed up one of their centre forwards, so they've got 5 or 6. But obviously they haven't. They want to keep them all. I mean, that's a team who's showing ambition and pushing the boat out to try and get promotion. So fair play to them.
Yeah.
But, we'll keep you updated. Like I say, it's all gone very quiet, but we'll come back in about 5 minutes.
It's same. I think we've run out of rumours, so. Yeah, I think even the rumor trolls on Twitter have give up by this stage.
Yeah,
so.
I think we've pretty much exhausted it, haven't we? To be honest,
Sunderland Twitter is actually the worst, mate.
Sorry?
Sunderland Twitter is actually the worst. I don't even go on Twitter anymore. There's honestly so many.
Yeah, I wish I didn't. There's a lot of interesting opinions on there.
Yeah, there's rage at the moment. Everyone's telling everyone else to stop tweeting about Range Rovers at the Academy of Light. So we see Range Rover, we think player.
Oh, what's going on? I reckon we're waiting until about 11 o'clock to announce Styles.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the last minute one to say, look, we did something, isn't it? That looks like what is going to be the case. Listen, the 745 of you watching, make sure you've hit like, even if you've been a bit frustrated like we have. But I mean, myself and these lads here have all given up our time to follow this along. So if you could give us a like, give the channel a subscribe, it's all appreciated. It helps us keep going. You know, if you join and become a member, you can contribute towards paying for a drone with a camera on for next season. There you go. We will get in the academy.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, that's sorted for August.
There we go. So let's have a look at the comments. What's going on? L12 Bong says Kiefer Moore's wages were too high, 30k a week. Nah. Terrible window again by the club, says Marbles. We all know you need a decent striker to get out this league. Being rigid with this model will ultimately cost us the season, says Chris Claiborne. Jakey Graham says, a mad coming to AOL from Wolves via helicopter. I think you're dreaming there. we can only hope. Is 3 signings enough to get us promoted, says Alan Taylor. I think we've just been over that one, and I think we're all a bit skeptical on the front of that one. The only use for a Range Rover is to put Adam Pearson in the back and take him away. Is this it then, Michael? Is this the end of business, do we think?
I think it is. Unless we've had something lined up over the last few hours that we have somehow managed to keep from getting leaked, then yeah. I think that's done. I think it'll be Styles be announced within the next half an hour, and then that'll be it.
Yeah. Do you think there's going to be backlash because of that now?
I think there'll certainly be disappointment at the very least. What's what I'm looking for? Backlash. I don't know. I'll give a life at Bowers pours Pepsi over his head. I'm not. I'll pour Pepsi over my head if we sign more than one player. Then.
Reasons to stay tuned.
Well, there we go. Styles. Yep. Whoever's put that. Carter's right. Styles has just been announced.
Hello.
Oh, Wayne. I don't know if you're hearing. We've just heard Styles has just been announced.
Yeah,
I've just heard, and I don't know if Emma spins the camera, and there's currently a drone flying round above the academy. So
They
I don't know
must
whether
have
that's
heard
the
me.
club doing that or whether it's somebody trying to be sneaky and standing our toes. But there's a drone just flew across the academy. I've heard Styles, so hopefully we'll keep an eye on him coming out. We'll try and get a picture or grab him for interview.
No worries.
Good luck with
And we're
that.
signing him permanently.
Give me a minute.
Or a loan.
Well, I think it's a loan, but let me check it.
Loan
I
with
think it's a
option to
loan with an
buy.
option to buy.
A loan with option to buy is what he's saying.
That's what I think it is.
Has the club actually announced it, or is it just?
Yeah, I'll show you. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe it's the drone's part of his. The drone's part of his unveiling.
There we go. Is that the close? Now's the time, Wayne, when we need to be checking it. If they all turn the lights off and jump in the cars now, we know it's a done deal.
We've got our eyes peeled to jump in front of the cars, don't worry.
I think it'll just be staff, so don't risk your life for.
I was going to jump in front of the pizza block. I'm starving.
Well, next time you need to take pizzas, they'll clearly let you to the front door.
I'm going to pose as a delivery guy next year.
We've got all these plans.
Take it easy, mate. Speak soon.
No worries.
We've crossed to something else, but yeah, probably. Here's something. Maybe I'm being a conspiracy theorist here. Maybe the fact they've announced it with half an hour to go suggests to me there may be something else in the pipeline. Because
why would they'd have blessed it to the last minute otherwise?
Maybe. Again, it could be me being a conspiracy theory. Ben says 100% there's another get that Pepsi out soon.
Who's that going to be though, Michael?
Someone called Fu King Ni Wan. That's who. I can't claim that joke. Someone else. People have said it before me.
Jam Sadi says, I beg one more signing, not asked who just want to see Pepsi over Bauer's head. You've promised this now.
I could really go full filthy on Jam Sadi there for a minute, and even that sounds wrong. Let's just leave it at that. There you go. Screenshot that, record it, clip it all you want.
All this Domino's chat, mates, made me order one.
Oh, no.
By the way, so yeah, it's confirmed as Barnsley have put Callum Styles will join Sunderland on loan till the end of the season with an option to buy in the summer.
There we go.
Jake's coming.
You got to put that on the screen.
Yeah, it's not inappropriate, so you can probably put.
Which one am I on? Who's comment?
One just above Jam Sani's.
There you go. Right, sorry.
Yeah, that one. Thank you very much.
There we go. Followed by, pardon.
You heard, Joel.
Fabio Barini delivers the pizza. Yeah. So the worrying thing is, seems like some Barnsley fans are glad to see him go. Doesn't work hard on the pitch. So that's
I'm just trying to look to see what Barnsley's fans are on Twitter because they. Where is it? I've just seen it a minute ago.
How old is that Styles?
23, I think.
23. I was just going to
shock.
I think he's got over 100 appearances in the EFL, but I could be wrong.
Apparently, Millwall were desperate to sign him in the summer.
Right, let's have a look at this. Someone's put Shambles. Richard have option rather than obligation. Seems pretty pointless. Most frustrating player to watch. Can easily be one of the best players in League One if he tried. Seems so uninterested. Yeah. Quite a number of people aren't very happy about it. Sorry, are happy that he's gone.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, different players suit different clubs, though. So you never know.
Yeah. We've seen both ends of that stick, haven't we? Where players just haven't performed, have gone somewhere else and have done, and vice versa. So Yeah, we can only judge it. The signing's done. It's not a case of a rumor where we can say don't do it. It's a case of let's just wait and see on that one now. L12 Bong says it's Barnsley's bitterness, which could be the case as well.
I had a number of Barnsley fans be bitter towards me during the relegation season, put it that way, because I dared that I wasn't happy that we were getting beat off them.
Yeah.
I like Terry's confidence, mind.
Tom Wallace, put your bets on. What will arrive first, though? Another Sunderland signing or KD's pizza? We've got Jacob joining us. Oh, he fell over.
Standards faulty. There we go.
How's it going, Jacob? We've confirmed Styles, and apparently Barnsley are glad to see him go. Barnsley fans are saying they're glad to see the back of him. What do you think of that? Do you think that's a bit of envy, or is it something to worry about?
It's a difficult one, really. I mean, a Barnsley fan that I know have been chatting to recently over the Styles transfer have said that, you know, he can offer a lot of passion and pride in the middle of the park, but has he got enough? I think the big debate is, you know, has he got enough quality to play at this level of football? It's still questionable by the way how he put it to me, but in terms of, you know, he can play in where we need him to play at this moment in time, you know, protecting the back four in sort of like a CDM role, but he also can occupy other positions across the pitch as well, which I think that's the sort of player you want to bring in January, you know, to fill in certain gaps at this moment in time.
Yeah. Do you think there's another signing on the horizon? We're relying on it just to see Bowers drowning in Pepsi.
As much as I want to see that. A wee Philly Jermaine Defoe moment from 2 years ago. I remember being live on air that night. Sadly, I missed that particular moment, but I think our business is done for this window. Overall, thoughts on our business in this window pretty mixed. If I'm brutally honest, it would have been nice to get at least one more in through the door, but I think the way how the model is set in stone at the minute, I don't think in terms of us bringing in a striker, I just don't think the club were really going to do that with four currently at the club. I think they weren't going to bring another one in to stop the development of the four strikers that are currently in place at the club.
Right. Okay. I thought this was a joke at first, but do we know anything about this? The delay with Styles was he's having his appendix removed. It's followed up with appendix op won't be long to recover, maybe 2 weeks from the op. Is that a fact? Has that happened?
Couldn't tell you.
Have we got a player in to join our players on the injury bench? Have we signed an injured player? Is this what we're saying?
Injury FC 11. By the way,
Arriving in Style, published by Sunderland AFC, and he's on the injury bench.
I see what you did there. By the way, look at Chris Johnson's comment. There's a good point he made here. It says, I remember the Stoke and QPR fans telling us Jack Clark wasn't very good.
Yeah. We said this earlier on, I believe. It's like, because when we were looking at people like Langstaff and stuff like that, Clark wasn't great when he first came. I know they were telling us he wasn't that great, but he wasn't great when he came. He didn't wow you the first game you saw Jack Clark, did he? You know, so it took a while. So we just hope the club knows what they're doing. YouTube King B says, is the club going up for sale tomorrow? Yes, the Story's going to buy it. Macam Carey said, that's what I've read. So WhatsApp doing the rounds, KLD club for sale. Oh, is this more than just a joke? Is this a rumor that's now circulating? Has anyone seen anything of this?
It was
obviously not. You've been sat with me bored for 4 hours. So.
First I've heard of it.
Yeah.
704.
Well, while you search for that, there's 748 people joining us, 752 now. It's really appreciated. Thank you for coming and joining us. We got some great guests with us tonight. KD, Bowers. Make sure you give all these guys a follow and stuff. And make sure you give SAFC Fan TV a subscribe if you've not already. And make sure you're hitting like, even if you're just passing through. Hitting like makes all the difference on something like this. And let's us keep doing this year after year. And hopefully one year it'll be interesting again. So what have you made of everything else, Jacob, so far? Because I think us three have opinioned everything tonight so far. So let us know what you think of all the signings we've brought in so far. Oh, after we go Wayne Doran.
That's all right. Don't get excited. There's no happening. Even the drone's gone. The drone's had enough. It's all gone quiet, actually. I think that's probably us done. I've heard just been talking there. I think that's probably us done now. But just to echo what you've said, anybody out there, we're here in the pissing cold. It's really windy, so that's got to be worth a subscribe. So go on, hit that like and subscribe button if you don't mind.
Yeah, and don't forget to check out Wayne's channel, Only Fools and SAFC.
Yes, if you don't mind, really appreciate it.
So we're hoping there's going to be some sort of signing now, Wayne, because it's the consensus. There's 700 people tuned in to see Michael pour Pepsi on himself if we get another signing.
Well, fingers crossed, and I'll be up for that. But, there's quite a few cars.
You're not the only one. Quite a few people.
Lads, give us a wave, lads.
No, they say it's too cold. I'm not winding my window down.
So I've still got some waiting, but about 5 minutes ago, we're seeing a helicopter pass. We got a bit excited. Thought Ahmed was parachuting in, but unfortunately it wasn't. But no, it's all gone quiet over here. Hopefully there might be some late action, but I'm not
still plenty of staff and cars there.
Oh, there's still plenty of staff and cars. There's been nobody in and out for the last 45 minutes, an hour, really.
But you've not seen sign of Styles leaving either.
No, the black car that went in was obviously Styles doing his medical. So we're just going to hang about to see if we can catch him coming out, see if we can get something out of him. But
excellent.
That's where we are at the moment.
Cheers for your commitment, Wayne. It's much appreciated by everybody here.
No bother. Very welcome. Not just me. Conrad and Emma are here as well.
Yeah, all heroes of the evening.
There's Emma. Hi.
I'm waving and I'm not even on the screen. That's how tired I am.
In fairness, you have been hosting since 7 o'clock.
I have. No, the first hour was Jacob. I had a bit of a break.
Touché.
Right.
Wayne's Wonders.
Oh, full screen.
No,
there we go.
Nobody wants me full screen.
Seems like I've missed a lot. Michael's been dead to do what?
He's not been dead. He turned around and said, if we get more than one signing, that he'd pour Pepsi on his head. It was a random statement that he regretted within 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'm going to regret it, put it that way. But yeah, quite a few people want to see me pour Pepsi over my head for whatever reason. Robbie says, got to be up for work in 5 hours, but don't want to miss the Pepsi shower. This is the extent of deadline day, where the most exciting thing is me pouring Pepsi on my head. Apparently,
this is how you go. This is how you go viral, Michael.
You know what you're getting.
Oh, Joel, don't you start, mate. Get that 50 hours.
What did Terry Brown say? Who did Terry Brown say? What? That was the rumor for the club up for sale that Jamsani is referring to there. So it's not up for sale. It was a rumor. So don't get your hopes up. All three signings are knee-jerk low risk to please the fans, as the hierarchy are not very good themselves, with potential toxicity that's building within the past 4 weeks. No ambition, says Topsy T 83. I was asking Michael before, Kyle, what do you think? Do you think there's going to be backlash after this from the fans? Do you think they're going to voice their opinions if we don't get a striker in, or if it doesn't come about?
Well, to be honest, I think obviously Sunderland would be damned if they do, damned if they don't. But I do actually think this time that the criticism would probably be quite valid. If you look at the players who have gone out, so you've got Pritchard, and then you've got a few players gone out on loan. The people we've brought in, have we come out better than what we were like when we came in? No, probably not. So I think it could be quite valid, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Jacob, do you think there's going to be backlash with the fans? Do you think they'll make themselves heard on this?
It depends how much of a significant impact these players make on the squad within the upcoming games, I should say.
Yeah. I think he's going to have to get a string of results to prove the point, but it's not doing them any favors. I honestly thought that they would get one of these fan favorite signings in, even if it broke their model and it was an older player, just for the fact of the amount of cock-ups that's been going on recently with the Black Cats bar and the derby and how all that was handled. I thought this would be their chance to redeem themselves in the eyes of fans, but clearly not. 720 watching. Make sure you give us a like and a subscribe. You can also join the channel and get members benefits. I don't know what benefits are. Little pictures and things, but also we do have a members exclusive area on the channel where there's content that everyone else doesn't see. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You've got to join to find out. But yeah, give us a like and a subscribe. If for nothing else, for them 3 people enduring the cold there outside the academy, hoping we've got one more signing. Michael, what do you think? Do you think this is enough? Do you think it's going to be backlash? Are you happy with what's being done?
I wouldn't go. I'm not fuming about it, but I'm not exactly happy about it at the same time either. I think the signing, I think people like, Diallo, Ahmad Diallo, for example, was always going to be a long shot. I think we could have maybe gone for a striker. But obviously, look, the defensive midfield thing, I'll wait and see if Siles does end up doing that. But I don't know. For me, I'm kind of like meh over the window. It's kind of, I wouldn't say we're weaker than we were at the start of the window, but no, I think I think Daniel put in the chat, I think deflated's a little bit like, I think he's probably deflated because of the links to Kiefer Moore and Ahmad, and obviously neither ended up happening, which I suspect they probably wouldn't. So I think that's probably the way I would look at it. By the way, just so you know, Jesus, quite a few people want me to pour Pepsi over my head here. Oh, cheers, Mike. You just fueled the fire now. Honestly, I've just had someone on Twitter saying, what is it? Two people have said, please announce one more. I want to see Michael Bowers pour Pepsi over his head. Ben Atkinson, please sign someone. I want to match Michael Bowers before Pepsi Max over his head. Oh my God.
Mike, it's all them people who are saying you're good looking in the chat, the same ones who want it.
Why would they want? Why do you want Pepsi on my head? Oh my God! This is getting me through the stream here now. Like,
just don't ask what they want the footage for or what they use it for afterwards. But clearly, they want to see
I'm not going to get that out of my head now.
I'll take it as a compliment, mate.
Yeah, I think I'll just shut up and take it.
Yeah. There you go. That's your calling. If you want to double your subscribers, Michael, then next week, just Bowers pours Pepsi on things. There we go.
No, Sam, he's not helping here.
What's he said? I can't keep up.
Look down the very bottom of the chat.
Talking.
Michael, I think if we make 3 signings, you should like 2 more now. You should start an OnlyFans.
That would be one of the worst ideas in the world, I can reassure you.
I think you'd make a lot of money.
I think he genuinely would. You've got a fan base there.
Jacob probably would. Jacob would be swooning all over.
How have I been brought into this?
He's just deflecting, Jacob. Don't worry. He's just trying to avoid fire.
To OnlyFans. I'm trying to read. Like,
shows how dead the window is, mate.
Back to football. Kenzie Turner says Mundell masterclass on Sunday. I'm telling you. Do you think any of the players will play that soon? Kyle, what do you think? Do you think any of the players will get in that soon, or do you think it's going to be a while before we see him on the pitch?
Wait, sorry, what? As in getting the team?
Yeah.
Probably be a while, won't it? On that subject, what's the crap with that Pembele? He was supposed to be a good signing. That's why he's literally never played.
He's been mostly injured, hasn't he?
Yeah, he spent a long time on injury, but he started playing a bit more for the youth setup, hasn't he? A couple of games. He played.
I think the fullback might slot straight in, but the other ones like that Styles, because everyone's saying about his appendix and everything, so he'll probably take a while.
I don't think we want to get this hashtag trending, Michael, but I just thought I'd pop that one up to you.
Yeah, I read that before. Someone put, who was it who put it? I've just seen that. Ghost Winters, only cans.
Only cans, like it. Jacob, we were saying before, most of these signings, or pretty much all these signings, we were in the dark about who they were up until the point they were rumoured. Did you have any of these on your radar beforehand?
No, not at all. I mean, particularly the lad we got from Standard Liège for £2 million. Munda recently. Mundell, sorry. Let's just pronounce his name right. Never heard of him before we were linked with him. But knowing the type of signing he is, I reckon the club's been eyeing this one up for a few weeks, but have just kept it quiet.
Yeah. It's there's no big names there. Robbie Does Stuff says, hope our new Hungarian is as good as the last. Who was the last Hungarian player?
Martin Fulop, God rest his soul.
Was it Fulop?
I think, unless there was one in between that.
Right. Okay. Cool. Right. I'm just trying to look through the comments. Most people are just talking amongst themselves. Terry Brown says, stay streaming after 11, please. Have you seen these eyes? I'm not usually looking 70-year-old.
They're not wanting it for that. They're wanting it to see me pour Pepsi over my head.
Does the deal go to the next when the transfer window reopens?
So you asked me to revisit that in 4 months.
Yeah, pretty much. Dwight Gale's just been released. There's our next striker.
Too expensive in wages, probably.
And he's a scummer, mate.
Do you know the thing that was always funniest about it was the fact that he couldn't hit a barn door last season, and then Alex Neil comes up here, and then he scores twice against us. Sunderland.
Oh, we've got Wayne. Just I was about to.
There's a car coming out. We'll see who it is.
Oh God!
Go on.
Keep watching. Oh, there's 2 cars coming out.
Be somebody different. Be somebody different.
Get the Pepsi ready, Michael.
Get the Pepsi.
Let's have a look and see what it is. If anybody. Physio. That's the physio just gone out there. So if he's a Range Rover, who's this? Can we see? Didn't recognise who it was, but the registration plate said Defoe. Definitely wasn't him.
No, we're not quite at that level, are we?
We're not back there again, are we? No, but that
just a case of
his first car was definitely the physio gone out. So if he's gone out, I'm guessing that's us done. Lights are all out and all. Looks like they're just bolting their doors as well. There's more people coming out as well. So stay around for the next couple of minutes and we'll watch these final cars coming out. But,
all we want to see is a player that's not Styles. There's a lot of people in this chat riding on this just for Pepsi.
Just for Pepsi, right?
Right. We were staying with him for a few minutes, but then he turned himself off. So I guess not. I think you're going to be safe, Michael. I think you're going to be safe and dry.
Yeah, I think it's probably
going to.
What is there, like 4.5 minutes left? I think if anything.
That video was edited though, wasn't it? From Styles, apparently. I'm seeing a lot of people say. So that means he would have left ages ago.
Do you reckon?
People are saying in the chat that there's that the video was edited like quite a lot. So if
that suggests then we've deliberately waited till now to announce it, like I said earlier.
Oh, Wayne's back.
There we go. Another car coming out.
Pepsi now more than anything.
Nice flash BM, so it could be somebody. Can you see in the car? No.
Speakman?
Looked like, I don't know whether that was Speakman. Was that Michael Beale? Speakman? I don't know.
It might have been Speakman. It possibly could have been Speakman. He didn't look very happy if it was him. But there's some steady streams of people coming out now, but the car park's virtually empty. So I'm 99.9% certain that's us done for the window. What's your thoughts on the overall? Disappointing we haven't gotten the striker in, and I was just been speaking that the centre midfield player was probably the most important one, but I'm still a bit disappointed we haven't getting more in.
Yeah, it seems to be the consensus amongst our chat here as well. James Woodmus said Speakman has an Audi Q7, so I don't know if you noticed what car it went past. So.
No, that was a BMW. That wasn't. It wasn't. Well, it mustn't have been him.
Yeah. So the consensus is basically these are a few signings to appease the fans, but it's been bitterly disappointing on our end compared to what we need.
Have they appeased the fans really? You know, we haven't really getting a marquee, big name signing, experienced player in still.
I think time will tell if they hit the ground running, maybe. But by the sounds of it, Styles has just had his appendix out, so he can't even play until he's recovered from that, which is a week to 2 weeks on his stitches. So we've signed a player for our injury list.
Wonderful. I mean, even Mundle plays in Clark's position, doesn't he? So
can't he play on the other side though as well?
He can play both sides, we're told.
Oh, can he play both sides?
I wouldn't drop by.
Again, I think he's only played 10 senior games of football in his career so far anyway.
Yeah. The consensus here right now is
5-10 minutes. See if we can see anybody else, but I think we'll probably wrap up in about 10 minutes. But I think that's us, Smith.
Yeah, much appreciated, Wayne. Thanks for all your hard work. 700
and you
people
too.
Here thanking you with likes and subscribes, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we're on 6,000. What we're on 6,000? 9,302. So it's been a good night as well. So thanks to everybody who's been watching and subscribing. It's greatly appreciated. So keep on hitting that sub button if you don't mind.
Yeah. When the last car's gone, Wayne, make sure you go and get a nice hot drink.
Or a can of Pepsi.
Oh, how did I accidentally leave that comment on the screen for so long?
Michael, if we get a super chat, I reckon you should do the Pepsi anyway, to be honest with you. I think that's a fair deal. Do you not think?
Well, we're getting another super chat.
If we get
what's going to happen now? Someone's going to donate the most minimal amount of money just to see me pop Pepsi on my head.
How much? How much? And then you do it.
Put pressure on me.
What's this stream turned into?
Say a number.
Pepsi. Oh,
say a number.
I've lost all control.
Come on, Pepsi perverts, get that trending. How much, Michael? Say a number. Say a number. How much super chat?
All right, Kel, I'll do a deal then. I'll do the Pepsi if one of you or Kel pours a pint over your head on Sunday on camera.
Oh, of course. We'll do that anyway, mate.
Oh, you just
100%. You've got my word.
That's a fair enough deal, to be honest.
You've got my word.
Well, the wind. Well, I'll just let you know it's 11 o'clock now. The window is officially shut.
It is. So give the club 1 minute to post their tweet if they are going to sign another player. Other than that, I don't think that's.
Unless they're still in the middle of the paperwork, the transfer still can go through, apparently.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times. Yeah. But I'm not staying on till midnight waiting for the chance of some extra
No.
paperwork. As soon as I see Wayne running home, I'm doing the same. Yes. So everyone that's joined us, sorry that we've not been. It's been really exciting, but we can't make them sign players. What can you do? Deadline day is not over yet, according to my stream of Sky. It's 10 seconds left.
You must be on like the stream. You must be behind on the stream then, surely.
Possibly. It's over now anyway. Either way.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I tell you what I'm surprised at. I don't know if you feel the same, that we've not made more of... there was players that Beale brought into Rangers that he's obviously got relationships with that are out of favour at Rangers. I'm surprised we didn't make more of that.
Will a lot of it be down to finances, though? Like, it depends on what we deem as good enough wages.
Could be, but I mean, what wages are they on at Rangers if they're not even getting on the bench? Or, you know,
I don't know. So it's a fair question. I brought this up with me mate earlier, and I couldn't tell you why.
Yeah. Would you expect to have seen more from that relationship, Jacob? That we would have got some of them Rangers players, even the ones that were flopped at Rangers, but he might still rate.
Well, even if we did have bids accepted for the players you mentioned there, I think considering the time he had at Rangers, I'm not sure many would want to come and play under him now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that's just the way how it would have panned out.
Yeah. The casual observer says every player Beale signed for Rangers was absolutely... Trust me.
Yeah.
We know this, but we'll put it on screen anyway. Callum Styles has signed. That's official. I mean, we're not jumping for joy on it. They put it on the YouTube channel now. But we were expecting more than that. I'm afraid. I'm gonna closely watch the backlash that comes through Twitter. No! Oh no! Oh, you're teasing me, you naughty. He's not even got his headphones on.
Michael's so good, man.
Oh, honestly, I'm saving myself for my American breakfast tomorrow, so it's okay.
Spoken season, lads.
Oh, wait.
Right, there's another update. It's probably going to be that everything's done.
Hello.
Let's see. Hello, Wayne.
I've just come on for to say, Kyle, what on earth are you trying to do to us? Walking back on there with them pizza boxes. We are down here, the freezing cold. Thanks, mate. No, but we're going to wrap it up. It's all gone quietly here. Virtually all the cars have gone from the car park. But just want to say thanks for everybody who's watched and tuned in and subscribed. And thanks to security guards as well for nothing, really. We've still got the lads outside here, still waiting, hoping for something, but it's not looking like it. But that's it. We're going to head home and get some food in there. But like I say, thanks everybody for tuning in. Greatly appreciated. Please hit that like and subscribe, and we'll catch you on the show next week. Take it easy.
Cheers, Wayne. Thank you for all you've done today.
What, man? Guys, I'm going to head off as well, but Mike,
right, fuck it. So sorry, I swore there, lads.
For hosting these last.
Did I do it?
Oh, hang on! Don't go yet, Jacob. Don't go yet. Hang on. Before you do that, as well as the commitment of all the people out in the cold, Michael Bowers is about to entertain you all, which is absolutely wonderful.
Right,
subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. There's donation.
It's Kyle about Paul Fanta over his head. Go on, Kyle. Do it at the same time. Do it at the same time.
Mate, I didn't say I was going to do it. That was you, my friend.
Yeah, you can donate to see this at the bottom of there with the super chat as well.
Subscribe. We're doing
this. Put him on the big screen so he's the whole thing.
Bigger screen. So enjoy, Michael.
All right, God. No worries.
Cheers, Jacob. Right.
Don't do it, says Bung. This is the highlight of this.
Here we go. Oh my God, I've just done it. Oh. Oh, that's going to be terrible.
It is dripping off.
Bro, I was expecting a whole bottle.
Yeah, I'm not that stupid, Carl. I was waiting to drain most of this first.
That was as climactic as this transfer window has been.
I think
I didn't make any big
Herbert will be
promises.
a bit disappointed with that one.
Right, gents.
Hey,
I think
guys, real entertainment. Kyle has got a full bottle of Pepsi. Sorry, not Pepsi, Fanta.
right, this sounds like it's turning into a different channel, gentlemen. So if you'd like to say goodbye to the people watching, I think we'll be ending shortly. So Michael, do you want to tell them about your channel and say goodbye before you go?
Yeah, I'm bloody dripping in Pepsi now. Right, yeah. Thanks everyone for coming on to watch. It's been nice to be back. Subscribe to my channel. It's just my name, Michael Bowers. I think I've done over 5,000 subscribers, but there you go. So thank you very much for coming on to watch. And just remind Kyle on Twitter and everything to make sure that he and Kel pour some pints over their head on Sunday.
Whoa, it was one of us. It wasn't both of us.
Fine. Do it for Kel then. That at least would be funnier.
I'll put a drip of a beer on his head like you just did a drip of Pepsi.
Fine. Just hope he's not watching this and do it by surprise to see his reaction.
Okay. Kyle, do you want to say goodbye to the people watching?
Yeah.
I don't know your channel,
lads.
if you want to mention that.
Yeah, Carl on YouTube, Borough away Saturday. I'm also in camp to fight Adam Pearson. As you can see, I'm having to try and make up the weight. And yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you, gents. And from me and SAFC Fan TV, I'd like to thank all the people that went out into the field, all of you for joining me, and we'll see you all in the next video.